Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you back to day 2 of the Asness Summit on Modern Conflict and Emerging Threats. My name is Tiffany Tung, and I'm the Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education and a Professor of Anthropology and Archaeology at Vanderbilt University. I want to thank our audience speakers and partners for building the kind of cross-domain conversation that this moment in national security demands. What we began yesterday, examining modern conflict and its asymmetries, assessing strategies for partnership, and comparing methods for working through the gray zones, reveals the urgency for minds, talent, experience, and the social and political will to tackle these issues with seriousness and purpose. The challenges we're discussing at this summit, hybrid warfare, emerging technologies, information operations, demand a new generation of leaders who can think across domains and act with expertise and wisdom. Institutions of higher education play a vital role in developing that talent. Many of the policymakers, analysts, diplomats, and military leaders who will navigate tomorrow's conflicts are being shaped in university classrooms, labs, and discussion groups today. Indeed, to create those spaces of talent development, we must invest in the education and training of that future workforce, from trade schools and apprenticeships to community colleges and flagships, and yes, to elite universities. To invest in education and training is to invest in national security. Nowhere is the urgency of this moment more visible than in the race for accurate and superb AI, as several of our speakers acknowledged yesterday. The world has entered what analysts are calling the most consequential technology competition since the dawn of the nuclear age. Except this time, the contest is over algorithms rather than atoms, and its outcome will shape how societies think, work, and make decisions. The Department of Defense's AI strategy, released earlier this year, reflects an urgency, emphasizing speed and the need to move quickly to integrate AI across defense operations. But speed alone is not enough, and the debate about unbridled AI continues in our nation and many others, and seemingly not in all of other nations. While views on this differ from the AI companies themselves to the users and decision makers, one thing we can agree on is that what we sorely need is talent, people who understand the technology, the policy shaping its development and use, and its strategic and economic implications. That is what institutions like Vanderbilt are positioned to develop and execute. So we have critical thinkers who can imagine the unimaginable, and doers who can execute and lead with wisdom and efficiency. Chairman Dan Kane spoke yesterday about the importance of being a context thinker, someone who can connect disparate threads, who seeks the full and nuanced picture, and who makes sound judgments in ambiguous situations. That capacity requires both broad knowledge across domains, deep expertise within them, and the wisdom to know when you have neither, so that you seek it from those who do. This is essential for understanding and navigating the complexity of modern security challenges, and is what institutions of higher education, especially at a university like Vanderbilt, are designed to cultivate in its students. As Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education, my presence here reflects Vanderbilt's deep commitment to preparing the next generation to be collaborators and leaders in moments of conflict, stability, and the gray zones in between. As some noted yesterday, Vanderbilt is well positioned to be a primary contributor to this national security talent pipeline, and this positioning did not happen by accident. It took the vision of Chancellor Diermeier to see the urgent need, the wisdom, dedication, and execution prowess of General Nakasone to build a structure and cultivate people, the generosity and commitment of the Asness family to support this annual summit, and many, many individuals at Vanderbilt and beyond who teamed up for this, knowing what was at stake. Vanderbilt is developing students to become knowledgeable analysts, savvy negotiators, and responsible advisors capable of sound judgment and reliable policy recommendations, skills acquired through rigorous education, combined with hands-on learning and mentoring from a committed group of practitioners from a wide range of industries. We also have exceptional faculty driving this work. Professors like Doug Adams, Catherine Carroll, Brett Benson, and many others who are teaching courses such as U.S. National Security, Strategy and International Politics, The Future of Warfare, Operations and Supply Chain Management, and Cybersecurity. Those courses challenge students to grapple with the very issues being discussed at this summit. The students in this room won't just be observers of the national security debates of today and tomorrow. They will be the policymakers, analysts, and leaders shaping them. That's why we are intentionally creating opportunities for them to engage directly with the kinds of issues and experts represented at this summit. So for example, in collaboration with the Institute of National Security, we launched a national security minor this past fall, and we are building on that momentum with the new national security major launching in this coming fall. This program reflects strong cross-campus collaboration between the Institute of National Security and the departments of political science, computer science, and engineering management, underscoring the interdisciplinary nature of modern security challenges. Vanderbilt also serves as host university for ROTC programs in the Davidson County region, preparing future military officers who will lead with both tactical expertise and the broader analytical capabilities that come from an education that places them in the classroom with Army and naval officers, but also with philosophers, historians, economists, physicists, and biomedical engineers, and sometimes even archaeologists. The ROTC students bring necessary perspectives to our campus and contribute to the much-needed dialogue and action around service and security. Vanderbilt also supports veteran students who are returning to university for postgraduate education with multi-year scholarships made possible through the generosity of the Lee and Ramona Bass Foundation. We have 35 Bass military scholars enrolled in MBA, MD, and law programs and more, deepening and upskilling their education, and when combined with their military backgrounds, it positions them to be a crucial font of talent that many organizations in this room should seek. These Bass military scholars also engage in service to the university community and beyond. They conduct mentoring sessions and workshops with our undergraduates, purposefully and intentionally sharing the knowledge and experience gained through military service. Perhaps on a distant but related note, my 20 years of educating students at Vanderbilt is integrated with my research as a bioarchaeologist, excavating and running field projects in the Andes of Peru. I study violence and warfare in the ancient past through analysis of human skeletal remains, which I integrate with the archaeological record and its physical evidence of conflict and the avoidance thereof, such as defensive architecture, settlement patterning, and archaic forms of weapons. Throughout my career in my scholarly book, Violence, Ritual, and the Warrior Empire, I examined how states used violence, spectacle, and control of trade and tribute to consolidate authority and manage instability across their expanding territories. In my research and teaching, I ask my students to consider how and in what contexts ancient empires deployed military might, not as savage acts of brutality, but as strategic and integrated parts of well-orchestrated statecraft. My research and work with students also explores how periods of imperial decline in the Andes and the absence of the monopolization of violence or violent threat led to conflict and a reduction in access to valued goods in the regions experiencing the power vacuum. Those insights, while rooted in the ancient world, resonate today as we consider how modern states navigate instability, competition, and security in an increasingly complex global landscape. As I move us from the ancient world to yesterday's panels to today's session, you'll see that we brought together an exceptional group of practitioners and decision makers. You can witness the visual capturing of those insights by checking out the ink artist to your right, where she takes the words spoken on the stage and translates them in ways that might bring forth new understandings and perspectives. I'd now like to turn to the first part of this session today and welcome Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn is the senior senator for Tennessee and the first woman to represent the volunteer state in the United States Senate. She serves on the Deputy Whip team and is a member of the Finance Committee, the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, the Veterans Affairs Committee, and the Judiciary Committee. She serves as chairman of the Commerce Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Data Privacy, and on the Judiciary Subcommittee on Privacy, Technology, and the Law. Before her election to the Senate, Senator Blackburn represented Tennessee's 7th congressional district in the United States House of Representatives. She dedicates her public service to promoting opportunities for all Tennesseans, including by breaking barriers for women and making America a more prosperous place to live. As conflict increasingly spans cyber, economic, and information domains, Congress plays a critical role in shaping the policies, regulatory frameworks, and strategic investments that determine how effectively the United States competes and defends its interests. Senator Blackburn's presence here today brings a senior voice from Capitol Hill at a time when policymakers are grappling with rapid technological change, evolving global threats, and intensifying great power competition. Please join me in welcoming Senator Marsha Blackburn to the stage.
Good morning. I am absolutely thrilled to be here and to join you all, and it's always good to spend a few moments catching up with General Nakasone, and I know that he and General Kurilla are going to be here to hold a fireside chat with you all about some of the things that are certainly happening, and what an honor it is, and how exciting it is for Vanderbilt to be taking the lead in this. And I love the fact that this is year number 5, and every year this conference is continuing to grow. And I hear that yesterday was awesome, and General Kane gave you a wonderful overview and talked about where things are heading. So we're really pleased with that and pleased with this growth that we're seeing. I do want to cover just a couple of things with you before you get into your day. This is an area, as we talk about emerging threats, as we talk about conflicts, and what the preparation for avoiding those should be, and then what our response and our response mechanisms should be on this. We have seen great success with a couple of programs that help us identify some of the problem sets. One of those Vanderbilt has had the lead in. It's called the Pathfinder program. This is something Senator Rosen and I worked on, and Vanderbilt was really a good test bed for us on this project. It has yielded great results. And the exoskeleton project that has delivered a device that helps our men and women in uniform to carry an extra 100 pounds of weight with less stress on their back. Now, this program puts your researchers and your active warfighter together to find solutions. So it is now a recurring part of the budget that we have in the NDAA. And we're seeing other utilizations and expansions for this. Vanderbilt is also working on the Advanced Dynamic Spectrum Reconnaissance tools. And this is an AI-powered tool that will prohibit jamming and interference on our communication systems. And as you look at that communication going from the warfighter to the FOB, to the command center, to the Pentagon, then you know that having that just-in-time communication and the fact that you're not going to have jamming and interference is going to be necessary. Now, there's also work that is being done on materials. Much of this is being done with the materials demonstration project at Oak Ridge, and these will dampen or negate some of the vibrations that are in some of our aircraft, and that helps with the health and safety of our men and women in uniform. And as we talk about the utilization of quantum, computational sciences, artificial intelligence, we look forward to expanding these programs and developing other partnerships. Now, Vanderbilt has had a couple that I think are really significant. One is the partnership with Oak Ridge National Lab, and I know we have some individuals and some of our researchers from Oak Ridge that are here with us today. If you're from Oak Ridge, raise your hands. We are thrilled you all are here. We love the work that is being done there. And with the Department of Energy and the cybersecurity unit that is there at Oak Ridge, with the materials work that is being done, with the acceleration of quantum, so that we get that speed that we need in research. We look at the partnership that Vanderbilt has with Oak Ridge, and we know the significance and the importance of that, and how bringing new products to the marketplace is going to be necessary, whether it is law enforcement, military, or the commercial marketplace. One of the reasons this is so important is because we know what our adversaries are doing. When you look at China and the amount of money that they are putting into quantum and AI, you know that we don't have any time to lose. And it's why we have to be working with the assets we have here in Tennessee. What we're doing at Oak Ridge, the way we're pushing autonomous vehicles, and the work that is being done in Oak Ridge in that quadrant. Vanderbilt is working on that, how we utilize these more, how we develop and expand Space Force, how we reduce risk to the warfighter. And these are all reasons that you see us pushing forward on new technologies and trying to bring those to being near-term applications ready for deployment. And as we are looking at the war supplemental that is going to come before us, now that we've gotten Homeland Security taken care of, we know that there are areas of next generation technology where we're going to have a focus. One of those is going to be in the drones, the autonomous drones, and the request that came our way this week is $54 billion that will go into research and development and deployment of drones. That is something that is needed, and it's something I look forward to seeing more growth and expansion in that area with that technology. Quantum, I was able last week to get the bill out of Commerce Committee that reauthorizes and restarts our nation's quantum initiative. This is something that had expired a couple of years ago. And Senator Cantwell and I have worked diligently to get this back on track. Now, in Tennessee, Chattanooga is developing the nation's first commercially available quantum network. Vanderbilt is in partnership with the EPB and working on deployment of this network. And when we talk about speed and research, when we talk about near-term test beds for quantum applications, Chattanooga and Oak Ridge are going to play a significant role in this, and we're thrilled that Vanderbilt is partnering with them to do an Institute for Quantum Innovation and bringing together these test beds so that they can deploy, move to development these technologies that are near-term applications. So this will help in changing every single industry. And certainly, as you talk about military utilizations, this is a frontier that we want to be a leader in. The other component is artificial intelligence, and I have drafted the framework and the discussion draft for the nation's artificial intelligence template. And this is on the blackburn.senate.gov website. And I had this lead at committee, and the president said, why don't you take the first stab at this? So in the AI Act, what we have done is a couple of very simple things. First of all, we put in place the protections that need to be there for children, for our creative and innovative community, for communities against high electric rates, and also job loss. And then we address censorship and removing bias. as LLMs are trained. And we put this responsibility on those frontier developers. And that puts the protections in place. Then we have guidelines for our different industrial sectors, whether it's the military use, law enforcement, commercial applications. We also have guidance in place for federal agencies, what the Department of War, their participation, NIST, their participation, our national labs, their participation. It is imperative when we talk about the computational sciences, when we talk about quantum, when we talk about artificial intelligence, when we look at how we're going to use this to keep America safe, to keep our warfighters safe, how we're going to use this to determine our threats and to determine our response. It is going to be an imperative that we not give up on this. And when you look at where Tennessee is placed and the assets that are here, Fort Campbell, Millington Naval Air Station, the Naval Cavitation Project that is at the Port of Memphis, Arnold Engineering, the only place that in the country that you can do hypersonic testing, Oak Ridge and the national lab that is there, and Huntsville in proximity to us, and the development of Space Force. And by the way, we're really thrilled. Space Force has already hit their numbers for the year. And we know that much of protecting this nation in this century is going to depend on the good work that is done by academic research, that is going to be done by our labs, applications that will move forward in our test beds. We welcome the opportunity to work on these projects with you all, and we're grateful that you all are here with us today. Thank you so much for allowing me to step in and join you this morning. Thank you.
Our next panel, Access, Actions, and Influence, Cyber Operations in the Age of Asymmetry, is a conversation focused on how cyber operations have become one of the most consequential tools in modern conflict. This is an area where the summit's theme of asymmetry is both highly technical and deeply operational. Cyber is the domain where the distinction between peace and war may be the most consistently blurred, and where adversaries operate below the threshold of armed conflict as a matter of strategy, but which has the capacity to enact tangible material harm. In this broader context, cyber capabilities allow state, sub-state, and non-state actors to compete with speed, scale, and plausible deniability, targeting critical infrastructure, financial systems, and information environments in ways that increasingly blur the line between competition and conflict. What makes this domain so challenging and so urgent is that it demands simultaneous fluency in technology, military operations, intelligence, and policy. That is precisely what this conversation is designed to explore. This panel brings together a truly comprehensive view of today's cyber battle space. Leading this discussion is Nilu Razi, Distinguished Visiting Professor at Vanderbilt University. I want to pause and acknowledge her exceptional work yesterday as the moderator for day one of the summit. Her clarity in summarizing the complex issues was a sight to behold, and I think she represents the high level of talent that Vanderbilt taps to support crucial endeavors within our university. If you could just help join me in applauding Nilu's amazing work yesterday. I'm very proud to call her a faculty colleague at Vanderbilt University. In addition to being a Vanderbilt visiting professor, she is operating partner at Capital Meridian Partners. Nilu has been an investor, executive, and entrepreneur in the technology industry for the past 30 years, with a focus on cybersecurity for the last 20 years. Please join me in welcoming Nilu and our panelists.
I thought that music would go on for a little bit longer. It was very sort of profound. I am genuinely excited for this conversation. Joining me on stage are four of the most consequential thinkers and operators in cyberspace. We have Lieutenant General Lori Reynolds, Commander Marine Force Cyber, ran cyber information operations together at a moment when the Corps was ahead of the rest of the military. Next to her, we have Kevin Mandia. Kevin founded Mandiant, sold it to Google for billions, and is now building Armiden, an AI-native cybersecurity company, because he believes most cyber attacks, all cyber attacks, will be AI-driven in the future. Next to Kevin is General Timothy Hawk, former director of the NSA and Cyber Command. And General Hawk has argued publicly that the next phase of this fight cannot be won by the government alone. And finally, Nick Adams, Deputy CISO and Head of Fusion and Security Operations at State Street, one of the most systemically important financial institutions. Previously ran cybersecurity at JP Morgan Chase, also an important financial institution. So I want to start with three provocations. The private sector is the battlefield. The norms that once protected it are eroding, perhaps gone. And AI just handed a structural advantage to offense. Everything we discuss today will flow from those three provocations. General Hawk, let me start with you. You helped build the doctrine. You have seen the classified picture that most people in this room have not seen. Are we winning or losing this contest right now?
Well, Nilu, thanks. As the optimist on the panel, you gave me the most dire, pessimistic view. I think our nation has incredible advantages. I think we have structurally the inventors of the internet. We have global providers that have a sight picture of what the activity is going on globally. And we have incredible capability in our intelligence community and within the department. How we're using those are areas I think we could talk about. Like, what are the things that we could do to be even more, use our strengths to even greater outcomes? Because we certainly have ceded a lot of ground to the PRC in terms of enabling their ability to scale, the approach they've taken, intellectual property theft. We've used many tools within government, but we have not necessarily maintained a clear demarcation line of what we will accept and what we won't accept. And for me, that line, it should be clearly drawn around our critical infrastructure. And I think there are opportunities for us to be able to think about what this looks like going forward, where we use our advantages and make them even greater strengths.
Kevin, Anthropic recently released Mythos. It's a model, well, actually, they didn't release it.
Right.
They talk about the model Mythos. That's so dangerous that they actually aren't going to release it.
Right.
Can you help this audience understand why people are saying this is a watershed moment for the cybersecurity industry?
Well, I have 47 minutes, so this is perfect question for that. Want to thank everybody here for your interest in national security, and the fact that Mythos is out should not surprise anybody. The fact that they're calling it a watershed moment, I think it's more just an incremental step in a direction everybody that's in the industry of using AI to learn, think, have total recall, and conduct offensive operations, there's no surprise to it. It's just another step up and to the right for what compute can do, how it can think, learn, and instantiate and lead attacks. But what it signals is first, this dialogue we had to have happen. Whether Anthropic did the right or wrong thing is, to me, it's just dialogue that has to happen as we prepare. But I felt, and I might be wrong, the inference that I felt is if you're doing limited releases of models because they're too dangerous, well, that means you can't put what I call the ankle fence in place to keep it from doing things that are unintentional. When you have a very general model, very horizontal model, it's there to support all disciplines, all industry, and do a lot of different things, I think it's probably very, very complicated to put controls in place to keep it from doing things that, good guys need to do the right thing, and at the same time frame, bad actors can take advantage of those things. So that just means that these models, over time, there probably won't be safeguards for, and that you have to build your own safeguards to use them. That was the signal that I read, but the dialogue, everything about Mythos is no different than we've got, Opus 4.6 finding vulnerabilities that people haven't found before, and finding the same ones that Mythos has reportedly found. So, right time for the dialogue. Mythos itself is just not really a surprise. Will computers be better on offense over time than humans? Probably.
So Nick, you've been playing with the frontier models. There are some capabilities that we're seeing that are a little bit different. There's no question that AI has been finding vulnerabilities. What we're seeing now is that AI is finding vulnerabilities at scale, the ability to exploit every browser, every operating system, to find the vulnerabilities, build the exploits, chain them together to go after a system. As you've played with some of these frontier models, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so first, it's really good to be here. I'm sorry for everyone who was expecting to see Pat Opet. I worked for him for a number of years. And I'm also an 18-year Marine reservist still with the fort, and have worked for several people on this panel as a junior officer, and now obviously at a large financial. So it's great to be here. So it's interesting because Kevin hit on some things around the harness, right? How you train and kind of the bounds you put around the models. We're finding that more and more it's becoming difficult to control that, right? And so on one hand, it's doing things that are unintended, and we can kind of see that as we play and tinker. You pointed at a target to go assess, and it's actually enumerating the host it's running on, right? Things like that. And so you have kind of unintended consequences just based on the sheer compute and knowledge that the model's trained off of or what it's capable of. They're also kind of each good at different things. A lot of that comes down to how you train them. But some vendor models are good at network defense, others are good at finding exploitation paths, some are really good at threat modeling. And so I think the challenge as defenders is, given that is probably the reality we're about to start operating in, or in a lot of ways, to Kevin's point, shouldn't be surprised, it makes us think about what we can control and how we think about defense and things like mean time to detect and contain at scale and at pace. Because there's going to be things that happen in the frontier model space, and it's only going to get worse, that I think we just have to figure out how we compensate for, right? And also figure out how we harness those capabilities to play better defense. but a lot of it is, it's been an interesting past few weeks, I'll just say it that way. Right.
Yeah, well, I think if you're sitting in the crowd, then the takeaway from Mythos or any of the models coming out, because they're all, is we're going to have a near-term window where offense is uniquely advantaged, period, and we're aiming towards something that doesn't exist today, but we'll be forced to create it in the private sector and in the public sector, which is the means to have autonomous defense without human in the loop. If the attacks are coming at the speed of compute, you have to have an autonomous defense for it. And that's okay. That means that there's going to be the invention of AI on offense by the good people to train the AI on defense by the good people. And you've got to hope that the offensive robots are so good and so powerful that they're days ahead of whoever's trying to use the models for nefarious deeds or who our adversaries are. So that model's going to happen, but if you're sitting out there and you're a CISO, you're thinking, so what do I do over the next year? It's going to be complicated, and you're going to have to throw humans in the mix because AI is going to find all the problems faster than humans, but it's not in a state to fix them all that much faster today, and that's where there's got to be rapid innovation. So the long pole in the tent is, so what do we do about all the offense that's coming? And in a positive, we have, in my opinion, we have yet to see any modern nation unleash the beast out of the cage just yet. In other words, at my company, what I've seen us build in 7 months is an AI capability on offense we have not seen in the wild. So people are holding in check, at least the nations are holding in check, just, hey, let's unload and get AI on offense doing stuff. That may have changed during this last 3 minutes of the conversation, but it's coming regardless because the free models, Mythos today, 3 months from now, there'll be a leapfrog in either Gemini or even one of the open models.
Yeah, so there's a window, as you said, where offense may have a structural advantage.
Yeah.
The highest end capabilities may be limited to a few models today, but they're going to get commoditized. General Reynolds, in that world, our doctrine is persistent engagement and is predicated on the idea that there are very few actors who have access to sophisticated, exquisite offensive capabilities. In a world where those capabilities get commoditized, is persistent engagement even the right doctrine? How do we organize to defend ourselves?
Listen, so I think persistent engagement is still a doctrine that we should be, I think it still works, but it's insufficient by itself, right? So for persistent engagement, which for those of you who may not be familiar with that, that is basically defending forward, nation state versus nation state, if you will, of trying to disrupt whatever it is that the adversary is trying to do before it gets to us, right? So we're constantly playing, chess with the adversary. I do think around our critical infrastructure, around those networks that we are absolutely going to defend at all costs, our military networks and some of those other, persistent engagement is something that will impose cost on the adversary. It will slow them down. It will provide friction in their environment. They're campaigning against us, and so this is the long game playing out. And so, yes, I do think persistent engagement is still a strategy. I think it has to be partnered with increased resilience across all of our networks, across certainly our critical infrastructure. Resilience wins the day. We have to learn to fight hurt. We have to learn to trust our data, but we should be doing everything we can to kind of constantly, be sparring as far away from our territory as we can.
I just want to remind the audience that we are taking questions and they are coming through, so I will definitely get to them. But I want to push on this question of persistent engagement for a second. It's one thing when we are persistently engaging 5 adversaries. It's another thing when we are persistently, or we have to now persistently engage 50,000 adversaries because they've all gained access to the most sophisticated tools. So in that world, what does persistent engagement look like and who is doing it? What's the role of the US government? What's the role of the private sector?
I can defer to the general, but I would offer that we're all involved in that. I think in the future, it is all about the partnerships. It is all about the Shields Up campaign that, even when General Nakasone was in command, General Hawk, partnerships matter. And I think, there's 3 tiers that we're looking at. We're looking at just active defense at the tier 1 layer. We're looking at kind of a public-private partnership where, with the authority of the U.S. government retained at the right level, we can empower partners to actively engage and defend. And then the third one is just everybody else just defend, defend, defend. So that's a model that I think we need to be considering, and we need to give the talent in our private institutions, we need to give them some authorities to help us.
And I think building on what we should expect from industry, this is where we have advantages that as a nation we're not fully leveraging. When we think about the scope and scale of the service providers in the United States, what they can see and what they observe, we know in our partnership between government and industry, we can do mass takedowns of many of these campaigns. I think the question is, how do we enable industry to do those takedowns routinely? Do what Google has now done to stand up a disruption unit that is about tearing down what they see on their network to make sure that their network is not a host for malicious activity that would target American industry, that would target the government. How do we enable that? And I think that that's an area that we should spend some time, because there's clearly a role for government. And that as U.S. Cyber Command, one of the missions is to counter the adversary hackers, and we should be doing that at scale. And Cyber Command should be resourced to do that. But leveraging industry in a way that's more aggressive, I think there are opportunities for us to build off models we already have. Our Congress built a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to be able to give authorities to do sensitive and unique things underneath court auspices to collect intelligence. What would it look like if we had a court that was authorizing civil takedowns? To be able to give cover for industry, to be able to do that? Because right now they can do it, and normally their limitation is in-house counsel. How do we take that barrier away? And then what's government's role? It should be government that's doing attribution of those campaigns. Government should be potentially personalizing this to the sponsor of the activity beyond the individual company. Is there a member of the Communist Party at the Politburo level or the Central Committee level that's the sponsor? Those are the people that have to be affected to actually change behavior. I think there's opportunity for us to use these strengths differently and build off persistent engagement from being a thing that was only done by one organization and thinking about it much more as a national effort, particularly in an environment that offense has advantage.
So, Nick, I want to get your reaction to this idea. As General Hawk said, Google this year did a takedown of one of the most persistent operations in history, 10 years, and they, government had put out advisories, and Google finally had enough and just did the takedown of the PRC campaign. Microsoft, of course, has been doing takedowns for a long time. They have their crimes unit. Google set up the threat disruption unit. As you hear this concept, and the National Cyber Strategy talks about how the private sector now needs to start shaping adversary behavior. Sitting in your seat as a CISO, how does that feel, the ask that the private sector now needs to lean forward? We can call it active defense, we can call it offense, but now it's on the private sector to lean in and start doing what the government used to do.
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely a role for, the government to play in information sharing. I think you get into the space where, do we have a capability to do some of these things? Sure, right? We have distributed network, hundreds of data centers. We operate all over the world. So we have visibility, right, that we could contribute and that we use to kind of inform our own defense posture. Could that be leveraged? Could we share data if there's channels to be able to do that? I think there's opportunity there. I'm in general not a proponent of, for a lot of reasons, attribution's hard, geopolitical tensions, when you operate a big global company can become challenging, of, private companies, maybe in certain sectors, actually going on offense. I think that's something that's worthy of discussion, but a challenging situation. But, I have a large supplier threat intelligence team. We monitor our own suppliers. We monitor clients, right? We've kind of taken on a role that like the intelligence community does in a lot of ways, focused on kind of key adversaries. And so we do a lot of that. We've all replicated more or less some of that capability and capacity. And I do think there's opportunities to leverage that more broadly than we do now. My general observation is that we've always struggled with, detailed collaboration or just the ability to flow information between organizations for a lot of reasons. Some of it's internal counsel, and there's definitely those constraints. But I do think that what we've seen the past few weeks has brought some of that into focus. How do you collaborate on, vulnerability discovery in a way that achieves pace and scale without giving the adversary the advantage? Like, there's, I think, a lot of discussions to be had more in earnest. And it's a good conversation to have. But in general, kind of going back to your key question, I think, deputizing private industry, at least in certain critical infrastructure sectors, to go after and perform offense is a challenging space that I think, at the moment, I'm not supportive of, right? At least not for my institution, not for the financial organizations.
So I'm going to turn to a question we got from the audience. On the threats from Mythos and GPT-5, what kind of infrastructure is needed for threat actors to abuse these new powerful LLMs? Are they constrained by lack of compute, money, et cetera, or is the bar low enough for widespread abuse? Who wants to take that on?
So I have a view.
Okay.
I'm happy to offer a view. From what we've learned in discussions with vendors and folks kind of that have interacted with the model, I don't think the architecture is optimized. I think it's compute intensive, and so I do think there's a barrier to entry there that I do think will be solved pretty quickly, if I'm 100% honest. And so I don't know how much of an advantage that gives us. But things like Opus are more performant right now and find a lot of the same things than maybe a Mythos. But again, like that barrier, I think will close quickly, right? Just observations from the past few weeks.
Another question.
Well, like going back to that too, I think that the strategy you'll see the criminal element used, because I think most modern nations are going to have, whether we know it or not, they'll have unpublished rules of engagement on how they use AI on offense, and we'll figure it out and infer it based on what activities they do unleash. The criminal element will probably use open models, open weights, but they'll train it with the general models, and they'll get that vertical model over time. It's already being built. If you're making billions of dollars extorting the United States, I think you have enough to invest to create your own vertical model. That's going to be as good or even better, and then it'll be cost effective, and that's what you have to worry about. And I would expect, and maybe even be let down if Russian organized crime doesn't figure this one out. You know what I mean? Because they've always been adopters of the newest technologies to go on offense and monetize them. And let's see what they come up with, or are they too distracted making money the old-fashioned way still? I think that's our worry. And that, in my opinion, is probably inevitable. So you'll have a slim language model, crafted, shaped, and built probably by stolen creds in the general models, and trained actively by criminals to carry on the acts that they are already carrying on.
So I want to put an open question to the whole panel. What are one or two things that security leaders can do to close the gap that Kevin identified? And what are one or two things that the government needs to do to close the gap for private sector?
I'll give the government view. I think this is an opportunity for leadership. The idea that at this point that Anthropic has created Glasswing is a noble initiative, but this is an opportunity for government leadership. Regardless of where the model is, we know this threat is present, and we know that there's going to be advantage to offense. From a national perspective, this is where you would expect government to step up and to lead and bring this together in a way that starts to buy down risk in particular areas. Because we know that they're going to be large, well-run companies that are going to invest a lot of resource into this, but our critical infrastructure doesn't normally fall into that bin. That's the group that is going to require leadership. It's going to require leadership at the federal level. It'll require leadership at the state level. And how that work gets done, I think, is probably some of the most critical that are going to get exposed as vulnerabilities, and how do we close that gap?
The critical infrastructure, I mean, some of them are large companies, but you're talking about small utility in Massachusetts, right, that gets targeted. You're talking about water in municipalities. How do you get all of the long tail of critical infrastructure?
I think it's where you need sector leadership. And some of that will come from the larger companies as a part of bringing together a sector, and other is going to have to come from elements within government. There are not many water providers that have built cybersecurity into their approach, but they are a target. So that is going to require leadership, and I know this is something Congress is interested in. What they haven't been able to find is the vehicle to fund, because it's so diffuse. And so that's where I think ultimately the execution arm is going to be local for a lot of that, and that's where I think states are going to have to step up in leadership.
And Nilu, I think, going back to Kimberly's comment yesterday about the paradigm shift, I think in this space, if we're not on a wartime footing, we're wrong, right? And we've just kind of been complacent in some of these areas where I think we can no longer be complacent. You know, I also believe that, and the AI experts on the panel with me might disagree, but I do think that over time, when we are building better software using AI, we are kind of closing the gap, right? We've got decades of just bad software out there that, you know, over time, maybe we can close that gap. But I think the other thing that needs to be discussed here is, you know, the whole token management around AI. It's going to get expensive, and smaller companies, other municipalities are going to need help. And so that's got to be a congressional initiative to kind of fund this.
Yeah, quick comment on that. There's no doubt we're going to have better code. I mean, everybody knows that, and the models come. That's the thing Mythos is best at, and every model's best at. Source code review, finding vulnerabilities, way better than humans already. So secure, static analysis of code's going to be done. And I do think it's just, there's near-term pain because it's just the asymmetry of one person on offense can create work for millions on defense. And unfortunately, that goes to cost. Way cheaper to do offense in cyber than defense. You run a couple million tokens to go offense and find a vuln discovery, or to leverage dark web credentials and create an agent that goes and logs in at human speed to open APIs. You can do that far cheaper than collecting all this aggregate of information on defense and try to find the needle in the haystack. But I do think we're in, so like, what do we do now? What's the 5-step process? We know it's coming. Instead of admiring the problem, it's first get in the ring, recognize the AI threat's looming, it's inevitable, it really is, it's going to happen. Too many people make too much money. Wherever the warfighter goes, you're going to see the cyber domain follow with offense. Wherever espionage goes, you're going to see the cyber domain follow with offense. Wherever money goes, crime follows. That's been proven time and time again. So what do? Get buy-in right away from executive staff that we've got to do something different right now. There is no way to make the near term pretty, so what do you have to do? All students that are doing security or doing IT have to shift right to, we're going to start patching and fixing, and you run as fast as you can a bunch of web app testing against every damn thing you got externally. You start external and work your way inward. If you have apps that you think you can't secure, you pull them in and put compensating controls in front of them and have the smallest internet presence. You know, you got to just do external, beat up your network. You may not be able to patch everything, but I would be, if I'm a CISO, I'm briefing upwards, hey, I don't have a way to make this pretty. I may need additional bodies. I may need real IT operators at my beck and call to create change. And then you start executing against your external face with AI-enabled offense against your critical applications. And you re-architect. You start pulling things in, smaller footprint. And keep working inward. There's blogs on this. The Cloud Security Initiative wrote a 15-page paper on what to do now. But there's not a CEO out there that needs to be briefed on the threat. They already get it. And so you really can get executive buy-in at virtually every single company. Oh yeah, I'm worried. What do I do about it? And I don't think we need to come up with clever ways. What's the cost savings if you patch a vuln? Good luck figuring that one out. They're all bad. You know, you don't want to have any.
But Kevin, so General.
And then, I left one thing out. Step 5, all CISOs should be building towards an autonomous defense in the future, period. Be thinking every single investment I make now, how does that create velocity and autonomy for defending my organization, its data, its customers?
There's like 6 points I want to pull on here, and I'm trying to figure out the order of doing
So just wanted to add there, because I think the other is, like, for small companies and for small critical infrastructure providers, there are some things today that they could be thinking about. One, shrinking the external presence and visibility is number one. But there are things these models will also help you do, even if you don't have the resources to do your code base and all those other things. And that is start to get visibility on what you have, increase visibility. And then the other component is around the idea of understand your dependencies. Because the vulnerabilities are going to come at you from all sides. Having that visibility, the models are very good at that. They're very good at identifying the supply chain dependencies. And the more they shrink their external facing, it does at least buy down some risk while all those other steps you try to resource and put in place.
Yeah, there's no doubt the small municipalities, like we go right to the most complex thing to secure, small companies, small municipalities, that's the long pole in the tent, and honestly, it's hard to figure that one out. They don't even have anyone you can call that have the cybersecurity awareness to figure it out. We got to get the 1A enterprises secure first, that's the reality, and we got to drill down, and then ultimately, I do believe we have to have a model in the nation where the bigs are doing the best they can to take care of their supply chain in the smalls, because I don't know a way to make it pretty for Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, and their water utility.
But here's the question. So we have this sort of legacy architecture that's in place, and it is now, in the age of AI, completely vulnerable. You've just described a 7-step process.
There's 5 steps. It sounded like 7.
I thought you kept going, but okay.
There's sub-steps to the 5 steps.
There's 5 C, D, and F. But is this going to become a world of the haves and have-nots? The folks,
Absolutely.
the companies, the organizations that can actually do this, and the organizations that can't do this, and
Yes.
I mean, how do we thrive in that world of the haves and have-nots?
You have to have the haves do it first and foremost, period. You can't forget that.
But isn't the
still winning.
vulnerability to the haves from the have-nots?
The have-nots require more government help. I actually do believe that. And the have-nots, you approach it the exact way I'm hearing the government talk about it, which is secure critical infrastructure first. Everybody wants water. Everybody wants electricity. Actually, I don't worry about electricity. They are the haves, quite frankly. I think there's probably some, the small to medium utilities in the Midwest that may need help, but the large cities are pretty covered. That's where we have to think of where can the government assist. I do believe 1A enterprises, for the most part, are going to find their way through this.
How does the government help the long tail?
I think it starts with leadership. Like this has to be
great opportunity.
something that we make a priority, and this is the moment to do it, right? It is the point where the models are maturing to a point where we know offense has an advantage, and it's going to have to take stepping in and being able to say, here's where we're going, and it needs somebody to be able to take that podium, and then there are going to have to be resources that flow behind it. And that is going to have to come, like we obviously have organizations that are built to do this. Are they going to be able to seize the moment in the National Cyber Director's Office, what is left at CISA, and being able to at least articulate a framework that Congress would be willing to fund? And so that's where I think the opportunity lies right now, is Congress would be willing to do it, but there's going to have to be somebody that says, follow me.
You have publicly spoken about how we have diminishing capacity in the U.S. federal government, diminishing capacity at CISA, at FBI, at NSA. In the world where the federal government has diminishing capacity, how does it stand up to this challenge?
I think this is where you see states starting to fill some of this gap. The idea that Texas has created a cyber command is this exact reason. Organizing state resources to think about how you bring together defense within critical things for the state that can extend and do low-cost cybersecurity providing to others within the state. There are models that we could begin to think about, like that, what that would look like, but it's going to take a government leader at some echelon to do that. And it will be disparate. Some will be able to do it effectively and some won't, but we have to start now.
Nick, I want to ask you to respond to something Kevin said. You are working in a highly regulated industry. You have regulators and overseers who have demands on how you actually carry out the cybersecurity function. Is there a world in which you can fully automate cyber defense?
I think there has to be. The challenge becomes the pace at which the regulation comes along, and the regulators, I don't think, are quite where we are with regards to just understanding some of this. I would say, like as a general comment, the way we've messaged a lot of this to them the past few weeks is, like, defense doesn't change per se, like the things you do. What changes is pace, right, and scale, and just general kind of speed at which you execute. And so the things that have always been important are important, right? Reduce attack surface, harden the perimeter. Identity becomes a critical component. And most organizations are sitting on a pile of either software they're bleeding out, right, or hardware they're bleeding out, right, just legacy. They're running, 10 different configurations of Windows Server. Like, there's just like horizontal and vertical sprawl that you want to address. And honestly, like, what this has changed now for us is the pace at which we have to do that, and some of those become now like business imperatives. Processes that we've generally, like in security operations, right? Regulators are generally, have been resistant to us leveraging AI tools without a human in the loop, right? That fundamentally has to change. It has to be human supervision. Like, we have to chart a course of not, ingest an alert, triage it, send it to Defender to take an action. Like, that process takes hours and days. It needs to be constrained to seconds and minutes, right, at a minimum, because that ends up being your exposure point. The only way you get there is if you fully autonomize a lot of your defensive work and get to a place where you can have a machine make a decision and then figure out, where the role is that the human plays. But I could see a world where, automated defense and then automated supervision of agent decisions, where at the point, where does the human engage? And then we have to take all the regulatory bodies on that journey, because that to me is like, it's going to be the biggest challenge, is they want to understand, how are you comfortable? How'd you make this decision? Was it an informed business risk decision? And we're frankly solving right now how we have the discussion, right? In a world where we operate with 200 plus regulators across finance, privacy, et cetera. So,
I think it'll be critical to recognize when you have AI on offense training AI on defense, the paradigm, least favorite word besides epiphany, the paradigm is going to shift. And what you're going to see is what I call tourniqueting of networks. You're going to see rapid segmentation done by AI, very tactical, compensating controls rather than patches based on bespoke code. And then you'll have a human behind it. So it's not like you're going to do permanent changes to your operations autonomously. You're going to do rapid stop bleeding just in case there's something wrong. And that'll happen so I hope we don't get bogged down in, is it okay to use AI to defend? Because if we spend too much time, we'll just continue to lose. You have no choice.
Okay, question from the audience. 5 years from now, will the private sector be flagging adversary behavior and either be reporting it or taking care of it themselves as a matter of course, the same way banks deal with fraud today, or is that unlikely?
That's the model I think we should be thinking about, right? We don't, if a bank sees fraud, they act on it. And they've got legal regimes to cover them. There's processes that are expected. What would a world look like if providers have now been enabled to be able to make sure that as they see this activity, it doesn't rise to the fact that now we have to take down a global botnet?
Does that sound right, Nick?
No, I agree. I think, again, similar to fraud, where we see it happening and we have visibility, there's things we can act on. I think you get into a bit of a different space where, like, we can see client information being hosted in like a cloud environment, and we want, I think the way we do that is interact with service providers and the government to do takedowns. I think there's a fine line between something like that and, deputizing to the earlier discussion on offense, like private industry to actually go on offense. But I think you will perhaps, if I predict the future, and this is my view, see private industry start engaging more in those spaces where they can act to protect client information or take that or reduce access or remove access. That'll become more regular.
So,
Can I add a point to that? In addition to takedowns, I think the cloud provider should also have very defined rules on how important attribution is and be able to provide identifying attribution without worry about some of the privacy laws that, quite frankly, restrict their ability to communicate appropriately with the government. So I think they need both. We can do takedown actions based on violation of terms of service, and we can more aggressively pursue attribution so the government can proportionately respond to what we're actually up against. I do think there is no deterrence unless you know who the hell's doing it, and we should enable some of the providers to provide that information to the government faster.
But do you think, Kevin, we might come to a point where we don't have to wait for attribution to, we can look for behaviors that are unacceptable. We can stop those behaviors without waiting for attribution.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, one is based on resilience and one is based on actual deterrence. Resilience to me is not deterrence. You're just constantly battling through someone hitting you in the face and you're like, I can take the punches. At some point in time, you want to hit back on the person punching you. That takes attribution. Who's hitting me? I'm hitting back. And that's all. But I would agree with you. Don't wait for attribution. Start stopping bad things now. But I do think there's an impediment to speed and velocity from companies that know plus or minus 3 feet where people are in the world based on your cell operating system. And I think there's a big lag. All I can tell you, personally, I've been involved in cases where we're responding to breaches. We know who did it. And by the time that trickles over, trickled down identity and attribution to the government, it's taken longer than it needs to. I believe that.
So deterrence is based on two things. Attribution, as you said, you have to be able to attribute. But the second thing is the asymmetry of capability, right? They have to believe that we can impose cost on them. General Hawk, General Reynolds, has the United States ever credibly imposed cost on adversaries and deterred them, especially as we look at operations that the PRC conducts against us and how long they can survive in our networks, in our infrastructure, in our telecom? Have we been able to impose costs credibly?
I think deterrence is the wrong discussion. We've allowed China to steal intellectual property for 15 years. What we're talking about is how do you coerce them to change their behavior? That's a different calculus than trying to make someone not act. We're trying to change their behavior, which takes a much bigger turn on the wheel and a lot more tools. So I think the frame we should really be thinking about is which behaviors are we trying to change? I would posit it's the targeting of our critical infrastructure, which is our civilians, and then what levers would be best applied if that were the focus of our efforts.
So how do we change their behavior if it's not deterrence?
So my personal belief is that the only way you change behavior is by changing leaders' attitudes around something. So in this case, that's somebody on the Central Military Commission. And so there are sponsors of these activities. What we have chosen to do as a nation is largely attribute to the organization that was conducting the activity versus the leader that was sponsoring the activity. Like that's the place where they have to feel discomfort that would force a change in behavior. The analogy could be the high altitude balloon incident, which brought shame to China because of all of the nations of the world coming to them saying, this is out of bounds. And that caused a ripple of leadership impacts for everyone that was responsible for that within China. That's a gross analogy for something that has been going on for the scale this is, but there are elements that sponsor this activity, and they're the ones that need to be influenced, not the organizations themselves.
I do think with the emergence of models and the ability for the criminal element, which I think was already backing into nation-state capability from some nations, we'll actually back into it with models and AI on offense. We will at least have to have deterrence in the democratized West against the criminal element, and we need to start working on that now. Otherwise, we're just going to have a lot of crime being conducted in a place where we should have international cooperation and the means to get attribution appropriately and impose literally physical risk to those people that we can go get to. I think in regards to the safe harbors of Iran, North Korea, and China and Russia, we may not be able to impose deterrence as effectively there. But I hope to God if you're hacking from San Diego, you have a problem and we can deter it.
General Reynolds, the high altitude balloon example is a good one in terms of how we shaped adversary behavior. In cyberspace, I would argue we haven't really shaped China's behavior. They haven't stopped doing all the things that, they haven't stopped going into our infrastructure. They haven't stopped pre-positioning. How do we shape China's behavior in cyberspace?
Well, we've been just so slow to kind of name and shame, to your point, the messaging around what we understand to be true around the full campaign, right? so when Director Ray came out and kind of described, Volt Typhoon, that was a moment when everybody was like, oh, the American people for the first time began to understand how insidious this is. So I really, we can't allow them to campaign against us consistently without, continuing to describe to the American people exactly what's happening. It's the tech transfer, it's the influence campaigns that we heard about yesterday, the Geege networks and these other things. It's TikTok. It's the persistence in our critical infrastructure. I think for a long time, Nilu, we didn't want a lot of friction in the environment. Now that has changed. There's obviously friction in the environment. And I think, messaging follows compliance or deterrence or whatever we got to do, but we don't have a consistent message about what this fight looks like. It is episodic at best, and I don't think that's helpful.
And I think, Neely, one really great place to start would be if in the pre-meetings to the summit between the president and Chairman Xi, is this something that's going to be on the agenda? Like that's the signaling from a national perspective, is this something that rises to the level of dialogue between the two leaders? That would be a clear signal if it rises to that level for that discussion.
I would add to that, I first responded to, and by the way, Nilu said make this conversational, so I just inject all the time. Because to me, conversations are injecting things. The bottom line, Nilu, on this one, I first responded to Chinese actors from the government on offense in 1994 and spent my whole career doing it every single day. I do believe they are the one nation that if our operators go on offense and they see that, you will change their behaviors in the cyber domain. I don't know if that works with Iran, it might. I don't know if that works with Russia, it may. But just I feel like I know a lot about the culture in China by responding to cyber intrusions, believe it or not. It's kind of like knowing a lot about religion if you studied art history, I guess. But the bottom line is they're going to respond to it. They are going to say, wait a minute, and I think they're going to mirror what they're probably going to retreat a little bit. By the way, I don't know, it's just my gut. You can impose deterrence in the cyber domain on China. That's one place where I think you can.
Okay, a question from the audience. It's a little bit orthogonal. How will the code-breaking potential of quantum computing affect the growing cyber threat of AI models? Who wants to take that on? Anyone?
I've used my quota of dialogue already, so I got to sit this one out.
General Hawk.
Well, clearly, if we lose the strength of our encryption, it's an enabler for all kinds of malicious activity. So if you put those two together, if if we did not successfully as a nation implement quantum-resistant encryption and by all the deadlines that have been imposed, and you have the continuation of the advances, it would be opportunity space for more malicious activity.
Nick, can you talk about the reality of deploying quantum-resistant encryption? What does that mean for a large? Because we talk about it, right? And it seems like, oh, we're just going to trade out what we have today for post-quantum encryption, but it's a fundamentally different model.
It is, and it becomes infinitely more challenging when you're running legacy infrastructure. Payment systems are not the most modern platforms. And so, I think Kevin referenced some of this earlier, but you start getting really good at segmentation in some regards. There's a big third-party dependency, right, on helping understand your dependencies and then also how they're preparing for that kind of world. And then frankly, it becomes another thing that's a business prerogative and you have to drive aggressively, right? You just add it to the list and it really becomes about, prioritization at speed and then, frankly, hard business discussions we're even talking now about proactive downtime if we can't patch fast enough, if we can't get things modernized, if we can't segment. Availability may become a business decision on if we actually proactively take something down while we harden it, while we rebuild it, while we replatform. Those are very different discussions than we've traditionally had. But it's not an easy thing to solve, and I think you also need to not think about it as a one-time piece of work, because just like everything else, it's going to become the capabilities will advance, algorithms will get deprecated, and you'll be in this continuous improvement cycle, right? And quantum to me is no different. It's going to just kind of contribute to that. But to be fair, we're already seeing some of the frontier models find and break encryption at speed in a way that, maybe people thought would be reserved for some advances in quantum. Like, some of that's now starting to happen, and so I don't necessarily think that, at least the way we're thinking about it, we're pushing ahead more aggressively than maybe we were a few months ago.
What's the timeline to fully transition to a post-quantum cryptography world?
That was not a me question. You said your time's up, Kevin?
Yeah, I think June of 2032. To me, the reality is there's quantum resistant. I think it's a plumbing issue first and foremost. You're going to see it at the data layer very quickly. It's going to be a problem for the infrastructure companies like Cisco and everybody else, and you're going to have it that layer. Where it gets complex, if we try to bring it all the way up to the app layer, and I would argue at that layer, if you're losing your data, you're already losing it in plain text anyway. You have an identity security issue, and the attacker's already in your network. I don't know. It depends on what you mean by quantum resistant, but I think at least in the long hauls, it's an infrastructure challenge, not an application layer challenge. So I think it's going to be transparent to the vast majority of people.
But if I could just offer one thing, like, my experience has been that, one thing, you can be quantum resistant, but most people also don't understand where things are processed in clear text. And so understanding actually, like, the data lineage, where it is in clear text, where it actually is encrypted, like quantum encryption or resistant encryption doesn't matter if it's processed and stored somewhere unencrypted, right? So, like, understanding that piece of it and getting really good about managing data and understanding where it sits, where it resides, where it's processed, and that flow becomes equally important.
Okay, so I want to go into a lightning round, given that we have about 2 minutes left. Really quickly for everyone. If you had one silver bullet, what would you use it for? Let's start with General Reynolds.
Gosh. I would solve the CMMC problem for smaller problems. I think AI is going to destroy that anyway, but I would solve that for them.
Kevin?
In one sentence,
And a half.
there is no silver bullet, but hey, don't give up.
I just gave you a silver bullet, and you're turning it down.
Optimistically, never give up.
General Hawk.
Besides Penn State football silver bullets, I would probably look at getting a confirmed leader into CISA that could be someone that's focused on our critical infrastructure.
Nick?
Look, I would say, figure out a way to help the folks that we know are not equipped and are in that have-not category, right? Because ultimately there will be a dependency there, and it's to all of our benefit to help solve that.
Okay, next one, last one. Who wins, offense or defense, and why? Nick, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go with defense, but there's a lot of work we have to do.
I think offense is going to have a lot of success over the next year, but it is also going to show the roadmap for how we ultimately are going to be able to defend.
The good guys win, regardless of what side they're on.
Yeah, I think we have a bumpy road, but I think defense wins over time.
Great. Please join me in thanking the panel.
All right, well, thank you to Nilu and the panelists today for that invigorating conversation. I'll summarize their conversation after lunch. Right now, I'm the only thing keeping you from some caloric sustenance. So your lunches are just like yesterday. They'll be in the lobby, so you can grab your lunches there and continue to network and engage in conversation. Please come back to your seats at 12:20. All right, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Paul Nakasone, the Director of the Institute of National Security. Today is Academic Workshops. We're taking a look at some of the most challenging problems our nation faces. How do we look different at military medicine? How do we look different at cybersecurity? How do we take a look at neurodiversity as a strength for hiring for the future? This is what our tabletop exercise is focused on. We're very, very pleased here at the Institute of National Security to be able to bring experts to us and then be able to take that expertise to the world.
Hi, I'm Ben Jensen, and I'm the director of the CSIS Futures Lab. I was asked to come here and put together a tabletop exercise. Now, this tabletop exercise, think of it like a strategy game, is an attempt to let a mix of subject matter experts talking about something most people don't associate with the US and China, competition in the Arctic. What makes this effort unique is that we're not just exploring the future of competition in the Arctic, we're also exploring how Vanderbilt can grow its own kind of research community and educational space to think about kind of games. But also because the model that they're laying out for the Institute has a lot of promise for how we reimagine both the university community, but how it also engages the broader national security community.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you back to our afternoon session of day 2 of the Asness Summit on modern conflict and emerging threats. So please go ahead and take your seats, and we'll get the last portion of the session underway. So before lunch, we heard from Nilu and panelists, and I'd like to thank them for that conversation that covered a remarkable amount of ground, and it did so with a sense of urgency that felt entirely appropriate to the moment. The panel opened with a fundamental issue about taking our existing strengths and turning them into strategic advantages in a rapidly shifting cyber landscape. What followed was a bracingly honest assessment of where things stand. The emergence of frontier AI models and the fact that some are already considered too powerful to release broadly signals a watershed moment, at least for some. For others, it was just another incremental step. This is ceasing to surprise us anymore, these immense advances in AI, especially given our understanding about how AI capacities grow nonlinearly. As one panelist noted, when you can't put adequate guardrails on a model, you're no longer fully in control of what you've built, and the pace of that advancement continues to accelerate. The architecture of AI and its intended supports is not yet maximized, which means we'll only get more powerful, more capable, and likely more dangerous in certain hands. One of the sharpest tensions in the discussions today was around autonomous equipment. 2 panels today have grappled with whether humans need to remain in the loop, and this most recent panel pushed that question to the crest of the wave. We've heard some argue for the ongoing involvement of humans in the loop, but when defense decisions need to be made in seconds, fully autonomous hardware and software may not be a choice, it may be a necessity. The tension between human judgment and machine speed is one that this community must debate, test, and resolve. Watching the rapidity at which these advances are taking shape, it feels like the Waymo bullet trains has already left the station, right? We are well on our way to fully autonomous in various domains, at least for certain tasks that have high value and require split-second decision-making. There was also a clear and urgent call for government leadership. The private sector will innovate, and criminals and adversaries will not be far behind in exploiting those innovations. Smaller companies and critical infrastructure providers, water systems, energy grids, remain dangerously exposed. As we heard spelled out to us, the company haves must act, and the company have-nots will likely need government support to close that gap. Leadership from the nation and for the nation is needed. And for that vision to be realized, we will require resources, state and federal coordination, and congressional will. AI is better and faster at finding vulnerabilities than we are at defending against them. In the hands of unscrupulous actors, and given the ways we've already seen AI deployed to inflict harm on financial and social and other forms of infrastructure, strong defense may be our greatest asset, according to Lori Reynolds. Others see this as an offensive game, and clearly we see the need to dominate in both. The sense of urgency and forward-looking planning continues with our next panel. The next panel Asymmetric Air Power, Drones, and the Democratization of the Air Domain is a panel focused on one of the most dramatic shifts in modern conflict. What was once the exclusive province of great powers with multi-billion-dollar platforms is now being contested, and in some theaters decisively shaped by small, low-cost, commercially derived systems in the hands of both state and non-state actors. This is one of the clearest examples of asymmetry in action. Nowhere is the cost exchange problem more stark than in the air. A drone costing a few $1,000s can destroy a vehicle worth millions, force a billion-dollar warship to expend its interceptors that cost multitudes more than the drone it aims to destroy, or hold critical infrastructure like airfields at risk. From Ukraine to the Red Sea to the broader Middle East, we are watching the rules of air power being rewritten in real time. I want to note that Colonel Nodrachov is joining us virtually from Ukraine. His participation, even from a distance, brings this conversation directly from the theater where these lessons are not theoretical. They are being learned and paid for every day. Leading this panel is Ann Milgram, former administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration and former Attorney General of New Jersey. She draws on her experience in these roles to offer insight into how drones and unmanned systems intersect with Homeland Security, border operations, and illicit networks. Please turn your attention to the screen for the list of panelists joining us now, and welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. I think, having sat in the audience for the last day and a half now, that if I had had drones on my bingo card, I would have done very well, because it's been a part of all of our conversations. And so I couldn't be more excited to have this incredible panel with us today to talk deeper about drones. We know that drones have changed warfare. We know that this used to be a situation where the countries with the biggest militaries and the most resources own the air. Drones have changed all of that. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about how we're rethinking the fight, manufacturing, governance, and adaptation. And so I'm going to first ask our panelists to briefly introduce themselves, starting with Jason to my left. And then I'm going to start the conversation. And let me tell you, I've asked everyone to be spicy, to jump in. And I've also said that I'll interrupt them just to make sure we get to cover a lot, because there's so much that's about to come. So please welcome our incredible panel. And let's start with you, Jason.
Thank you, Ann. So to be spicy, my name is Jason Hastings. I work for Mantech. We're a large defense contractor. I am a technical director for Soft Strategic Pursuits, which is pretty much the intersection of robotics, electronic warfare, cyber, and other non-kinetic effects. I've been with the company for about 5 years. Prior to that, I had 24 years in the United States Army Special Operations Command, where I started off in 1st Ranger Battalion under General Votel, who was here yesterday. And then I worked my way up through Special Forces and then eventually into USOC and the Joint Special Operations community, retiring in 2021. So.
Thank you. Matt?
Matt King, I'm the founder and CEO of Second Order Effects. We're a local Nashville-based drone training and manufacturing company. Thank you, Paul. Prior to starting this company a couple of years ago, worked in cybersecurity for a while. After being medically retired from the Army, I was a combat engineer, sapper, so most of my time in the global war on terror was spent countering IEDs, which we see a lot of similarities now in the drone space. So
Great, thank
happy
you.
to be here.
Thank you. General?
Hello, Veikko is my name. I have had very one-sided life experience, more than 30 years in Estonian Defense Forces, Estonian military. So when you don't, not if, but when you don't understand my points anymore, that is not a language issue, that is one-sided life experience. Ended up as a Vice Chief of Defense, but had many very, very interesting missions, starting as one of the first conscripts in 1992 as a soldier, and also being the first Estonian division, just newly created Estonian division commander, running through the US Army warfighter series of exercises under 5th Corps. 2 years ago, I retired and immediately turned to the dark side, went to the defense industry, one of the co-founders of a company, European company called Frankenberg Technologies. We have developed and soon producing the world's smallest air defense missile, specifically designed from the scratch against the UAS.
Thank you. Colonel?
Hello, everybody. I'm Colonel Alexei Nozdrachov, Deputy Commandant of Central Research Institute of Armed Forces of Ukraine. More than 32 years in armed forces. Started as tank officer, then switched to planning of operations and chief of G9, civil military cooperation, chief of civil affairs of Ukrainian armed forces. My combat experience, war in Iraq 2004-2006, anti-terrorist operation 2014-2019. I was deputy commander of anti-terrorist operation back then. And since 2022, I was chief of UAV Coordination Center, Joint Task Force Defense of Kiev, Joint Task Force Dnipro, which is Zaporozhye area. And now I'm back, like my predecessor just said, on dark side. I'm in academic area, transforming my practical knowledge into doctrines, TTPs, and historical books.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much. I think I was having a little bit of trouble with the sound, so I'm going to ask folks here if we could maybe get a little help making sure that we've got you. Can everyone understand? Can everyone hear the Colonel okay? Yeah, okay, great. It might be me.
It's us.
Colonel, I want to actually start with you because we've spent the last day talking a lot about how drones have changed warfare, how it's democratized the skies. And I want to specifically talk to you about, in your experience now in the war, how have drones changed over the last 3 to 4 years in the battlefield?
Well, thank you for this question. So war 2022 started with very small participation of drones, at least from our sides. But then the mobilization of nation brought a lot of technicians, drone and IT developers into the armed forces. And we started use drones against not only for reconnaissance missions, but later as kamikaze, as loitering munition, middle strike, deep strike, and since 2005, end of 2004, I would say, drones are the main instrument of war. Now, 75% of battles going on in electromagnetic environment. Without domination of drones, no human being, no combat system can operate in the combat zone. So 75% of battle starts and going on in the air on the level of UAV, from FPV to deep strike drones, mostly the first class, not heavier than 600 kilograms. So the FPV drones, less than kilogram up to 600 kilograms. Drones for strategic strikes, affecting Russian infrastructure, power, first of all, the depots, ammunition, and production of Russian weapons. So now electromagnetic warfare and electromagnetic battlefield is #1 battlefield in the war. Without domination of UAV, without domination of electromagnetic warfare, without domination in all these domains, soldier cannot do any operations. No combat system works. No operation could be conducted without the dominance of UAV systems, of the whole spectrum UAV system I'm talking about. So in 2022, 75% of targets were destroyed by artillery. Now, 82% of targets destroyed by UAV system. I would say both UAV and ground unmanned systems. So, as commander of unmanned forces mentioned a couple of months ago, these forces are only 3% personnel, all armed forces, destroying 35% of all targets. 3% of personnel destroying 35% of targets. And the rest of UAV personnel of Army, Navy, Air Force, assault forces, special forces, destroying the rest 45% targets. So you can see our dominance in UAV in cold electromagnetic environment, because we are not using UAV only. Now it's a combination: electromagnetic warfare, UAV, ground unmanned robotic systems, and joint fire. So this is the war right now, and this war will be dominating. I mean, this type of warfare will be dominating at least for next 10, 15 years. So the war of 21st century is here. As tank officer in fourth generation, I would like to say that the one introduced tanks as innovation, or in Ukraine killed future of tanks. Now the future war for the joint fire, unmanned system, or
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to the General to jump in and talk us through a little bit from your vantage point in Estonia. What have you seen change, and particularly, how do you think about drones today?
Thank you, and this is a good question because we agreed the question beforehand, so I know how to answer. So many good things have been said already in yesterday and today, so I'm going to repeat back all the words that have been said in slightly different order. But in the land warfare, I think two most interesting aspects that we all observe is that when you think about how land warfare is fought, so there are two main components, fire and maneuver, right? So in the most part of the 20th century, it has been fire to maneuver. So basically, two enemies or two adversaries standing face to face, you blast the hole and you try to get your forces maneuvering, and this what brings you the victory. So 15, 20 years ago, it started to slowly change because the battlefield is more and more transparent, as we have been hearing. And second is a precision. So what is a future warfare is maneuver to fire. So you try to maneuver your forces in order to protect your effectors, to get effectors into better place, and then destroy and kill the enemy. So in Ukraine, it's kind of halfway there. So it's hold the line to fire. It's hold the line to fire. So both sides cannot maneuver at the moment. And this is going to change. The second thing is what I would probably point out is that the drone warfare, well, drones were, people started to use them in Ukraine because they lacked artillery. This is why they used drones. If there has been enough artillery shells, no one would have even turned to look at the drones because it's quite ineffective. The point is that even though it's getting 80% of the casualties from the Russian side, it's still very, very closer or more similar to the cyber warfare than a traditional, so to say, kinetic hardware warfare. And what do I mean by that? First of all, the drone warfare is not 24/7, 365 days of warfare. It's hold the line to fire, so you need loads of conventional troops to guarantee that you can place your drone operators in a suitable position and fly your drones. It's really unpredictable warfare. You can have successful and really spectacular kills with, $1,000 drone and so on and so forth. But it can be total bust. So you would not achieve anything. You even won't get your drones up. So it's more to the cyber type of, like in the movies, the cyber attacks happen, hacker sits and does something very quickly, and already the results are there. In real life, it might take months and months to prepare, one very, very successful cyber attack. Not that I know anything about cyber attacks. And the second thing, sorry.
It's okay.
I love talking.
It's okay, good, keep going, quick.
Thank you, and promise to say stop. But another aspect why it's closer to cyber than traditional warfare is when you think about artillery well, artillery shells or rounds or normal traditional weaponry. It's made in a factory, it's taken to the front line, and soldiers start to use it, not adjusting it, not doing anything to artillery shells. No one, you get the artillery shell, you put it into the gun, and you fire, right? That's it. With drones, that doesn't work. Drones are never flown with the configuration that they are let out from the factory. So you always do something with a drone. And normal drone operation is that, you try to fly a drone, maybe there is an EW or electronic warfare, it drops down, you adjust the drone, you change antenna, you adjust the flight controller, or you come back next week, doesn't matter, but you do something. And then you kind of do a successful attack.
Thank you so much.
Last 4 words.
10-4.
Engineers in the foxholes. This is.
Yes, we're going to come back to that, I promise. Thank you so much, General. And Jason, I want to bring you in and really keep us thinking about how you see the changes that we've seen in drones in your experience in the military.
Sure, Ann. So I'd like to rewind the clock. I mean, everything that the Colonel and the General said is spot on. Let's go back 10 years. Let's go back to Syria and northern Iraq, right? Let's talk about the Islamic State. That was the real first instantiation or democratization of low-cost, low-altitude air power. And it caught us all by surprise. There was not an industry 20 years ago called the counter-UAS industry. It is now a $6 billion industry and is projected to be close to $55 to $60 billion by 2034 because of this technology arc. So one thing I would compare and contrast in this conversation, that the Islamic State took commercial off-the-shelf drones and they had a pretty aggressive drone modernization program to achieve the effects that they wanted to achieve on the battlefield to support suicide bombings and propaganda. Propaganda was at the top of their non-kinetic effects list. By recording their attacks, it helped fuse their foreign fighter recruitment, and it showed that they could stand up to an organized army like the Iraqis and then also put the American forces on pause. So knowing that, let's fast forward to 2022. We get into Ukraine, and about 6 months into the conflict, like the Colonel said and the General said, the artillery rounds started to become a little bit more sparse because of the amount of fires going back and forth. And this tactical drone warfare phase started to formulate. The Ukrainians and their innovation velocity is absolutely incredible to watch and observe because they have developed the tactical scar tissue to know what works and what doesn't work. And what I would say is they developed it within their own framework of their own organized force and how they wage war in their defense. And then they capitalized on the information environment by taking effective kinetic strikes from FPV drones or from static ISR platforms, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And they were able to fold that into a near real-time feedback loop through social media, which was degrading to the Russian forces, but the impact of that proved that their approach was effective. And just what they've done is amazing in the air, and then what they've done on the ground to supplement that through robotic systems is just as interesting. So what I would say to close this out, Ann, is that there's lessons to be learned from 2016, 2017, and then to look at the last 4 years in the Ukraine. And then as the U.S. defense industry and the intelligence community look to learn and glean those nuggets of wisdom and truth and experience to develop the tactical scar tissue that we need to as we advance technology using things like AI and other advanced materials as we talk about asymmetrical capability against an enemy in mind.
Thank you. So Matt, you build drones in the United States of America.
I do.
Let's talk a little bit about the defense economics, and let's talk both about what it costs to build a drone, and then let's also start the conversation with you, but then continue it with the whole group on the counter drone sort of approach as well. Let's do the economics on both.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hear lots of things about the cost of a drone, and it varies wildly from $300 to thousands of dollars, which is probably more accurate. Most of the components that go into a drone are fairly basic. A couple of radios, a flight controller that has some processors and some sensors on it, battery and some motors and a frame. Fairly simple. But these are simple things that we have outsourced the production of for a long time. So that is what has really hurt the economics for the United States and is making these far more expensive than they might be elsewhere. The real economic kicker is that we outsourced all of that production to China, which of course is kind of our pacing adversary for these types of technologies. So that's not a great thing either. If they're the ones that are controlling the supply and also the cost of those things. So we're making a lot of headway now in the U.S. The CHIPS Act that went through before put us in a great position for a lot of these components. And a lot of the things that are being done by the administration now. Last year, lots of investment into rare earth material processing and all of those precursor products that we need to build these.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's great. Colonel, I'm going to come back to you. We've got a couple of questions coming in from the audience. Please send them in. I want to start, Colonel, briefly just talking about how you're doing counter-drone and sort of the economics of how Ukraine is approaching drones and counter-drone. And then I've got a question from the audience that I think is a great follow-up on that.
Right. As I mentioned before, now war is in electromagnetic environment and in the air. So the biggest threat, especially for if tactical and operational depth of the fighting forces faces FPV and loitering munition, so the strategic depth, our economy, our station, our civilians, they suffer from Shahed types drones, Shahed, Molniya, Geraint, so something which flies up to 2,500 kilometers. So, and of course, air defense. Economically, we cannot afford using IRIS-T, NASAMS, which we have, some T, and of course, Patriots, cost $1 million per missiles against Shaheds, which cost from 30,000 to 50, 60,000. So, of course, we're using systems like JPARS, but now the last year and a half, the new technology, which is anti-drone, small anti-drones, they are growing together with artificial intelligence. They become more precise, and the military economy of war is changed from multi-million air defense system against Shahed, which is $30,000, to anti-drone, which costs $3,000, and its effectiveness 75 to 85% can destroy Shahed, which is $30 to $50, $60,000. And the situation in the Middle East shows that every war has a price. And the less you pay, and more you receive it. We discussed everything has a price, right? So back in 2014, the cost of enemy life was $10,000 to $15,000 for our budget. Now with FPV technology, anti-drone technology, the cost of life of the enemy costs about $1,500, and destruction of Shahed and Geraint costs about $3,000 to $1,000. Military economy and the war become affordable, even for Ukraine, which is economically less capable than Russia. And this is future. And someone said that we are on the beginning of era of unstoppable wars. So since now, a military economy and economy of war will be the crucial measurement of success and victory in the future.
Great, thank you, Colonel. One question from the audience I'm going to sort of pivot to. As you've leveraged drones to counter Russian electromagnetic warfare activities, what have been the hardest lessons that you've learned on the battlefield?
Well, the hardest lessons from the battlefield. Technology and logistics should be priority number one. The cost of soldier life will be always much higher, and it takes decades to recover this human resource for the country. So, and unfortunately, soldiers and army always pays the highest price. So the organization of the country, in statecraft, ability of economy, to sustain army, technology and logistics is something which must be built before the war, way before the war. Because during the war, most of these lessons will be thousands and thousands killed soldiers and civilians, lost territories, and the sovereignty of the country in danger. Or?
Thank you. Matt, you want to jump in quick?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The logistics are the most important part of this. You can't even innovate if you don't have the ability to produce these things. So having that industrial capacity before the war, having it ready to go is very crucial. Something I think the U.S. is trying to figure out right now is how do we build that industrial capacity responsibly and flexible enough that it can scale with need. Because we do understand that need fluctuates drastically depending on what the country is up to.
Yeah, I thought it was a super interesting point everyone made yesterday to get into a wartime mentality as opposed to a peacetime mentality. And I think some of this is accepting we are living in gray zone warfare, but it as a mental question is not simple. General?
Yeah, very quickly. So for the large scale warfare, all your weaponry has to be, according to 3 important criteria. It has to be mass producible. It has to be mass producible, and it has to be mass producible. If it's not, then it's not a war-winning weapon, very simply. And I have heard, long time ago, amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics. This is not right. Amateurs talk logistics, professionals talk war economy. But going forward from there, it's really surprising to continue here. I mean, just few ideas. Ammunition on demand. So instead of just working and trying to raise capacity, maybe we should be thinking about clever ways of doing this, because we need those weapons only when we need them, not in between. So maybe instead of trying to raise this kind of continuous flow type of economy, war economy, we should be thinking how to boost this up only during the times when we need.
Do you have any ideas?
Oh, absolutely, loads of it, and you can come after backstage to ask those. But just very simple things that we can do in our procurement. So, for example, when any Western military buys stuff, they say, okay, I want to buy 100,000 from you, whatever the unit is. But I actually would need 10 million, but I don't have money now. So why wouldn't we just write into contract that I'm going to buy 100,000, but you have to show me that you could produce 10 million when I need those. So that's just one line in contract. Will that make 100,000 more expensive? Yes, probably, but I need 10 million and not 100,000. So what I would also throw up now is that as we're talking about democratization of the drones, right, drones as weapons, then we should not be talking so much about the military, because military has one thing, what it's called weapons, right? What we should be talking is critical national infrastructure and critical services. So they don't have weapons. Currently, what Ukraine is doing is that they're protecting with their weapons all the critical national infrastructure. So the long-range artillery, long-range air defense is away from the parts of the front line where they could actively engage enemy airframes to stop them dropping gliding bombs. And just a last numbers. So last year alone, Russia launched 55,000 Shahed, or they call it Geran and Gerber, are different types of drones. It's 3.5 million kilos, 3,500 kilotons, quite a lot of explosives. And Ukrainians were able to take down 86%. At the same time, last year, Russia launched CABs, which are gliding bombs, 45,000 on Ukrainian troops, and this is 12 million kilos, 12,000 tons, 12 kilotons. It's more than Hiroshima atomic bomb that was around 10 kilotons. And Ukrainians were able to intercept only 22, not 22,000, but 22 out of 45,000. So like 0%. And for this, you need long-range air defense that is deployed to protect critical national infrastructure. So anyways, back to you.
Colonel, do you want to jump in on this?
Well, yeah, absolutely. So now, in 21st century, we see the shift of industrial model of war to intellectual model of war. Not war of stockpiles, but war of flaws. For example, the traditional cycle of development of combat system is 5 to 10 years in peacetime. The modernization of unmanned system is software, 48 to 72 hours. Well, at least in Ukraine, it's a little bit slower, Western world. But we should think about platform which will be capable or able to be modernized during the future war. And it is all about software which should not be stockpiled, right? But another question is, how capable is your education to produce specialists for future? How popular in the United States is physics, IT technology experts, chemicals? I mean, how many students you have in your universities? Not legal guys, not law, not economics, but those who in a future conflict be able to create, operate, and modernize a future combat system in 48 to 72 hours. So it's a very complex questions for those who are in charge of the countries, for those who are in charge of educational system. So the next course will be, they are ready and will be intellectual. Is your educational system is ready for future intellectual conflicts?
Let me just come back to the general for 1 second, and then I want to talk a little bit more about procurement. We had a conversation about education and training, and sort of framing it a little bit of, the technology and the software is one piece of this, the tactics, the training, there are many other components. Can you just talk a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of education?
Yes, it's really interesting to see how Russia tackles the problem. Russia has always approached warfare. We talk about this warfare art or science, and in Western world it's more of the art, which is not right. In Russian way, it's always science, so they come very, very methodically. Their lessons learned is clearly that they need operators, and I have tried to fly FPV I have done several hours in simulator. I'm still, not really successful. I will not be able to kill any tank, even in simulator. And we have talked about that quite a lot when preparing to the panel. But Russians are very methodical and systematical. So they are teaching drones and drone warfare, which is also really important, for 15, 16, 17-year-olds in the school. So more than 75% of Russian schools have a mandatory curriculum, which is drones. I have looked at the textbooks. They are really, really good. They are, they are fun to read and interesting to read. But more importantly, what they are building is a know-how. They are building the new generation of people who are not only able to operate a drone as an operator, but they also are able to build a drone. That is far more difficult. And not only those small drones, but more importantly, the fixed-wing drones. And what they can do and what they have shown on the battlefield is that they can literally make a do-it-yourself drone out of not, things that you can buy from hardware store, but things that you can find in the trash bin behind the hardware store. And it flies 3-4 clicks, and it carries several kilos of explosives, and it does its job. So this is really, really important. And just going ahead, the question, so what? Should we also have textbooks, and should we also have a mandatory education? Well, why not? But the other way is to incentivize is for example, you establish a drone pilot license in the United States, and certain things like in driver's license to get that, and you pay, for example, $500 to everyone who will get that pilot license. I bet you will have loads of drone pilots in a few years, for example.
Matt, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'd love to touch on this because we hear a lot that we need AI drones, we need automatic drones, fully autonomous, because it's too much of a burden to train pilots. It takes too long, it's too difficult. Nothing against you, General, but that might just be your generation.
Yeah, I know.
We have trained dozens.
It took me 2 hours to switch computer on. So.
Absolutely, and we were at the Quad A conference, not this year but last year, and we had a simulator set up in our booth. Yeah. And I had a U.S. Army pilot, an Apache pilot, top hotshot pilot. We're like, hey, sir, you want to hop on the simulator and go fly that drone? He said, okay, sure. Had to explain to him what every switch and button does and how it all works, and he crashed it over and over and over again. And then his 8-year-old son came. and Morgan, my COO, who's over there, said, hey, you want to try flying a drone? Here, let me explain to you what all of those buttons and switches do. And he goes, give me that. Takes the controller from him and flies instantly.
Yeah.
No training, no instruction, no manual, no time. Instant. So I think we're, as older people, underestimating what the younger generations are going to do and be capable of with this technology. And
I love it.
I think we shouldn't hamstring ourselves into just autonomous.
Yeah, I love it. I want to switch a little bit, coming back a little bit to procurement, because the general mentioned it, and the colonel has talked about this a lot too. Everyone has talked about how difficult it is to procure things in the United States government. And I think I can speak for it personally. I think all of us sitting, probably at least the US folks, have probably a lot of scars on this. One of the things that Ukraine has done that I find so interesting is really build a marketplace for the purchase of drones for soldiers in the field, and really sort of pushing it down, talk about democratizing it, and then giving people access to their choice of different types of drones and weapons. And I'll come to you in a second, Colonel. But I wanted to first start with Jason, because the US Army is trying to do something like this. And
Yes.
I think the real question for all of us in this room is, we can have the best conversations about what we need to do, what tools, technology we need, what governance we need, what manufacturing we need, but if we can't actually buy them and get them in the hands of the people who need them, we won't be effective.
So if you're not familiar with the Blue UAS list, it was originally started by the Defense Innovation Unit as a means to take drone compliant systems and put them in a marketplace that commanders at the lowest level, I think 06, colonel level was the lowest level, could purchase with ops and maintenance funds. Because if we relied on the Department of Defense logistics acquisition system to procure programs of record from Group 1, small rotary wings, Group 2, a little bit larger, to even including fixed-wing drones, it would take years because the US military is quite substantial in size. And so by leveraging a marketplace that makes it more easier for us to gain access to it, it allows us to experiment and push those systems down to the lowest level. And when you think about that in the grand scheme of things, you know, we get very fixated on the technology because it's tangible. This is the drone, this is the warhead, this is what it drops, this is how it destroys a tank. That's tangible. The intangible is the training, which we've kind of alluded to here. The training takes a bit of time. 3 weeks, you might be able to stable flight with some simulator time. 6 weeks, you're kind of getting a little bit more advanced skills and drills, up, down, over, around the corner, you know the deal. And so, but that's just the basics, right? So when I look at this problem set for the Department of Defense, and as a retired Army Master Sergeant that was in charge of training troops that developed tactics, techniques, and procedures, you know, the technology, regardless of the platform, is about 25% of the problem. The other 25% is the TTPs, the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures. And then the next 25% is scaling both of those. So we've talked about the logistical tail, and we've talked about the constraints of you know, China being one of the largest producers in the world of drone parts and components, subcomponents. How do you scale not only the systems, but then the pilots that are required to do that? So, you know, U.S. SOCOM is doing some things within USASOC and down at Fort Bragg that are pushing the envelope for the special operations community. And then the other 50%, or the last 25%, excuse me, is the policy. So there's been a lot of policies, there's been a lot of amendments within the National Defense Authorization Act, 848, 914, 922. You can read them yourself if you're interested, but it has to do with procurement. You know, we won't allow certain Chinese manufacturers to be used or procured by the US government, certain parts, components, because they're attack surfaces. So tying that back to the cyber vulnerability that comes with that. And then when you look at the holistic problem of this, of the technology, the training, the scaling of both, and then the policy. Right now, across the U.S. Department of War, we have some major service level led exercises. So in the Marine Corps, it's Project Dynamis. In the Army, it's Project Convergence. The multi-domain operation. It's the experimentation to take all this new tech, cyber, AI, electronic warfare, autonomous systems, and get dirty, get your hands dirty with them so that we can start to develop the next generation of tactics, techniques, and procedures. Because doctrine is lagging on all of these. The technology and the innovation cycle is moving too fast. And so hopefully we can start to develop our own tactical scar tissue, much like what the Ukrainians have done to find out what works, so that as a force and as the joint force, we can take new technology, train to it, integrate it within our formations, and then we can be ready for the evolution of warfare as we try to impose cost on our enemy in a way that is cost-effective and more challenging across multiple domains that create multiple dilemmas for our enemies.
Colonel, do you want to jump in on, I think there's two possible places for you here. One is the way that you've modernized procurement. The other is where Jason just finished, which is the development of a new doctrine of war around the capability of you're using drones in the air, on the ground, in the sea. You know, how you're thinking about the next, 5 months, 5 years on the battlefield.
Right. Well, any discussion about doctrines is too boring for the rest of the call. So I will explain our innovations in acquisition and procurement. So, and it was two preconditions for it. First of all, the correlation of force, usually 50%, 10 brigades fighting on the front lines needs 10 brigade or structure to support them. So in the end, you have 1 million army, which is 500 fighting the war and 500,000 supporting them, supplying them. So to increase number of people, troops on the front line, a lot of software and platform were introduced in Ukrainian procurement and acquisition system. Logistic was outsourced. Many stuff was given to civilian structure, even in war. So we increased number of fighting forces and reduced military logistic procurement and acquisition personnel in military structure. So yes, we have, let's say, military Amazon, one brigade commander receiving roughly $1 million per month for acquisition of drones, batteries, cars, a lot of stuff which is either double use or civilian.
Great.
Can go into log in, have some special personnel to do it, of course. Just take the list available, certified by the military institute for certification, certified UAV, which went through the testing procedure, certification, codification, so it's good to go. And brigade commander can call to the producer to say, hey, I need this size and I need this frequency. Because payload and frequency is the priority characteristic for UAV in the back. And the producer, the producer of the FPV or any UAV is changing everything every 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months. So brigade commander receiving very fast and can react on the changing on the battlefield without layers of kinetic control. Of course, there is the risk, right? So it's money involved, people untrained or corrupt. Of course, we have special agencies to take care of it and control these processes, but you should take the risk. More time when the minutes or seconds means the human lives. So probably it won't work in this time, but when the country in the danger, this is not golden, but at least silver for the military acquisition system and very fast delivery for fighting forces.
Thank you, Colonel. I see the general wants to jump in.
Yeah, very quickly, and I have to apologize. I cannot hear everything.
Yes, it's a little yes. Tricky for us to hear the Colonel from where we are. Yeah.
But on the numbers, just to reinforce everything that has been said, I, by the way, wanted to say during this panel that I strongly object, but I haven't had a chance, but now I strongly object everything that has been said and thereby want to reinforce certain points. So if you think about numbers, 6 to 7 million drones are used by Russian military or Ukrainian military in 1 year. They have around 600,000 soldiers. So 10 times more drones, 10 times more robots on the battlefield than human beings. So if you put that into context of US military, that should be every year, how many? 40 million? So how many drones US military, or sorry, US Army, let's just say US Army is buying a little bit less, right? Not 40 million, but whatever the numbers are, but it should be in millions. We are not there, like nowhere near. So we're talking about procurement. So I think what we should introduce is innovation through procurement, forceful procurement. So US Army declares every year we're going to buy 2 million drones. I don't care what happens to the old ones. Are we going to throw them away or burn them or use them? I don't care. But every year, 2 million or 1 million. That will give you a pipeline for industry. It is a promise for industry. But more importantly, what happens is innovation. And currently we have this bizarre idea in the Western militaries that innovation happens in procurement cycle. So somebody in the office sits and thinks about specifications, gold-plated specifications, and you come up with perfect tool for the soldier. It doesn't happen like this. As you said, innovation happens when soldiers meet the weapon. So then they will figure it out. So let's just throw a lot of stuff to them and see what comes out, and we'll change TTPs and doctrines and so on and so forth.
Quickly.
Yeah, just real quick. The U.S. Department of War is trying to do this with the Drone Dominance Program, if you've heard about it. Just to be real brief, 25 teams submitted their solutions, and then they went through a series of gauntlets, which were a field testing, evaluation, experimentation to see how they could thin that down. And I think they're in the second gauntlet, going into the third one this fall. But ultimately, that's going to distill down to about 3 or 4 companies that are going to get those firm fixed price IDIQs for large, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts, so that we can do exactly what you're saying with respect to building up a stockpile that is in reserve to be used, because these things have a lead time.
You know, it's interesting. The Colonel and I, when we were talking about the marketplace, I think we're talking about thousands of companies that are part of the marketplace. So just to frame this in terms of the different ways that everyone's thinking about it. General, I want to talk about Europe and NATO quickly. We've got one question from the audience. The threat of the Shahids, and basically has Europe awakened to the threat of the drones that we're seeing in both Russia and Iran, and what do you recommend for NATO allies to sort of posture to address this threat?
Yeah, so next 55 minutes now, right? I think the answer, have we woken up, is yes and no. Some countries have, some societies have, some not. That's, you know, Europe is not a country, just a reminder. But in Estonia specifically, what we have changed, and it has taken us a long, long time, is a mentality. So I think, not I think, but currently we have written in law that everybody will continue to do the same things and will be responsible for the same things throughout the continuum. It doesn't matter if it's peace or war or crisis. It means that when you're a critical national service provider, you are obliged to take care of that service, also during the war. And that kind of is a democratization of weaponry also, not weaponry, but counter-UAS in this particular case. So what we can now do is take away this highly trained and very well-equipped military from protecting all those bridges and sites and so on and so forth, and let them to take care of that. For this, we need different types of weapons. I mean, you can't expect the power plant operator to go to a 3-year course, right? So, for example, in Frankenberg's technology, is one of the first requirements we listed 2 years ago, and they literally wrote it down that this missile has to be so easy to use that even your grandmother should be able to use it. So this type of mentality we need to have, and I think this is the answer. Also here in the US.
Great. One other sort of Europe-related question, but let's go specifically to Estonia. Can you tell us a little bit about the drone incursions in Estonia and sort of how you've been handling it?
Well, there is not much to tell. Ukraine is attacking Russian targets deep in Russia and close to Estonia. So quite strangely. And some of those drones get lost on their way and get into our airspace, and also Finnish airspace, and Latvian airspace, and Lithuanian airspace. And of course, it creates kind of confusion, and what do you do with those drones? And we have talked to Ukraine because they are a very, very strong ally to us, and we are supporting them with everything we can. And we understand that those targets must be attacked, so there is no misunderstanding from this side. But just how to deal with that. But I think in general terms, the Estonian society has taken it rather calmly. So, it's still a full peacetime. Military is fully responsible for everything. And if military decides that this drone is going to be dangerous for our population or a certain civilian target, then it will be taken out in our airspace. But so far, they have been just observed, and some of them have crashed in Estonia.
Thank you. Let's turn now to governance and autonomous weapons. And I think we've talked about this in a number of the other sessions, but today, at this moment, there is an operator. There's a human, involved in killings on the battlefield. But obviously, we've talked all day today even about advancing autonomy and where the world is going. And so I think from each of you, very briefly, I would really appreciate, we can start with you, Colonel, how you're thinking about, the development of autonomous weapons. Is there a line that Ukraine has drawn in the sand on what you would and would not do autonomously? And sort of what is the vision of this that you see?
Well, thank you for this question. This question is kind of bordering with Geneva Convention and responsibility of the army and state for collateral damage or killing civilians. So right now, first of all, technology is not that autonomous, probably like we would like to have them. So there is no Terminators on the battlefield yet. So in terms of technology, reach is still too far. However, with decreasing number of soldiers in a unit due to casualty, you would probably rely on a combat system, and using the artificial intelligence will perform their duty. So, of course, this is a philosophical and legal question to future systems, but first, this technology is not there yet and will not be there in 2-3 years yet, I think. And secondary, so far, than more autonomous system we have on the battlefield, less soldiers we will lose in this war.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. General?
Yes, so we have talked about nature of warfare, and nature of warfare is unchanged. I mean, the aim of the war is to submit the adversary to your will. For this, it doesn't matter which way you do it, but you have to kill people and destroy important stuff. That's it. Autonomous platforms is not a subject of discussion. They are there. So we don't need to, think about it as a theoretical question. They are on the battlefield. And at the end, you need two things for them to do. Either kill enemy people or adversary people and destroy adversary stuff, or protect your own people and your own important stuff. If the first task is a question of ethics or moral or legal issues, and you can be, you can decide upon it, the second question is not debatable. I mean, the enemy will have a call. They will send army of drones, army of robots, and you have to react somehow to it. And there your risk-taking goes really, low, and it would be stupid to put human beings to start destroying, swarms of drones. So for me, it's very, very simple. What I would kind of throw again, idea into audience, is I think talking about AI is a little bit boring already because it's happening and we should be looking into future. Autonomous platforms also boring. I think what we could discuss next year, for example, as one of the subjects, is a fascinating thing I started to think about today when I woke up 2 a.m. because of the time zone differences. So not about AI warfare, but counter-AI warfare. So how to corrupt, how to actively deceive the enemy AI, how to corrupt the big data, how to dissolve the patterns AI is looking for, and how to create the situation where AI is taking wrong decisions. So that is something that we do not, I think, talk enough.
Yeah, again, sort of similar to some of the cyber conversations this morning. Matt?
So I think AI and automation, to kind of tie it back into counter UAS, I think that's the first place we're going to see it. You asked, where do I see us in 5 months? And I think that's where we're going to start getting closer, taking the human out of the loop when robots are attacking robots. That's obviously, from a morality perspective, something that's more palatable for most folks, I think. So it'll be really interesting to see how that goes, and then where things might lead from there.
Yep. Jason?
Yeah, I would say that this keeps me up at night. You know, in a linear battlefield, we used to have what's called the FLOT, the forward line of troops, good guys, bad guys. Well, that's now been extended by the forward line of sensors, good guys, bad guys, and then forward line of robotics, good guys and bad guys, and then forward line of troops. The Army's Maneuver Center of Excellence is doing some great experimentation with trying to extend that standoff because of the threat. And when we see the distances that are being achieved in the Ukraine, 40 kilometers, which also happens to be about the same distance of the Straits of Taiwan, you can let your imagination kind of go there. While you said, ask me what does 5 months look like, probably status quo. 5 years from now, are we going to have fully autonomous kill machines that are wreaking havoc on the earth? I hope not. There's a lot of things that I think Peter Zahan will talk about in his next panel, but the evolution of warfare is going to evolve to a point where combined robotic maneuver warfare is a real thing. And when you can deploy a robotic task force to take ground, i.e. maybe like around the Straits of Hormuz, without having to put troops on the ground, and whether they be autonomous or remote controlled, that is a level of warfare that I am not prepared to want to fight. It's a scary proposition because our soldier systems, our weapon systems are designed to kill humans and vehicles. Robots, a little different because they don't bleed, they don't have fear. It's tough to achieve the mental high ground in a firefight with something that is determined to kill you, whether the person's in the loop or on the loop. And what I would say to close this out, if you haven't seen it, please Google it. Last week, President Zelensky gave a speech in front of a bunch of ground autonomous systems. It's all in Ukrainian, but it has subtitles, you can find it, about their success that they had last summer maneuvering ground robots with ground robotic systems with humans on the loop, with drones as well. And I don't know the exact details, but I do know that no Ukrainians were directly involved in the operation. They were all remote operators. They lost 0 casualties, and the Russians threw down their arms because they realized they were in a fight that they could not win. So
I'm gonna thank our panel. I can't think of anyone who I'd rather have working on these issues and thinking about them and being on the front lines of the war in Ukraine than the 4 of you. And so deeply grateful for your time today and for this really fascinating conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Well, this panel opened with a striking fact from the front lines. In Ukraine, just 3% of personnel are responsible for destroying 35% of enemy missiles, if I heard the colonel correctly. This is a testament to how decisively drones have shifted the arithmetic of modern warfare. What began as a small experiment has become the defining feature of 21st century conflict. And while I may not have heard all of the numerals correctly, one thing that was clear was that Ukrainian innovation velocity has been extraordinary, born of necessity and tactical experience, transforming commercially available technology into real-time feedback loop of strike, document, and adapt. I could see the colonel in Ukraine was making many more points, but I lost sound to him backstage, so I could no longer take notes on his comments. But I wanted to summarize 2 more key points from the panel that I was able to hear. We relearned that where warfare once required maneuvering into position for artillery dominance, drones have filled much of that gap. Yet as panelists from yesterday and today have repeatedly noted, the supply chain risks to garnering the hardware and software needed for drones is of great concern. This led seamlessly into the second point that I wanted to highlight, made by several on the panel, the imperative of innovation, and not just innovation in design, but in production and implementation. The ability to mass produce low-cost, effective drone systems is not a manufacturing footnote, it is a strategic necessity. As one panelist made emphatically clear, large-scale warfare demands mass producibility, and the United States must find clever, responsible ways to scale that capacity. Investment in innovation is not optional, it is the industrial backbone of modern deterrence. From that call to innovate and produce into the future, we now turn to the next panel, which is being asked to predict and forecast what more is to come. The next panel topic is the Vanguard forecast, National Security Predictions for 2026, A forward-looking conversation that gives us a chance to step back from the immediate and ask the challenging questions: what's coming next in national security, and are we ready for it, among other future-looking questions. As we've been discussing throughout the summit, modern conflict is increasingly shaped by emerging technologies, asymmetric competition, and rapid shifts in global power. In that environment, accurate forecasting is strategic necessity. The ability to predict and anticipate change is as important, perhaps more so, as the ability to respond to it. This panel brings together an exceptional mix of analytical depth and real-world experience. Guiding this conversation is Lieutenant General Charlie Tuna Moore. General Moore is a distinguished visiting professor at Vanderbilt University and former deputy commander of U.S. Cyber Command. General Moore is a command pilot with more than 3,000 hours in the F-16 and more than 640 hours of combat time. Please turn your attention to the screen for the names of our next group of panelists.
Well, thank you, Tiffany, for that kind introduction. And I want to take one brief moment and say thank you to Nilu and to Tiffany for being our moderators over the last 2 days. They've done a fantastic job, so let's give them a round of applause, please. So this afternoon, I get the privilege of hosting the final panel of our summit for 2026. And as Tiffany mentioned, it's entitled The Vanguard Forecast National Security Predictions for 2026. Now, this is the second year that we've had this panel, and we place it at the end of the summit in order to pull all the threads on all the discussions that we've had to this point, and then orient them towards predictions of what we may see in the area of national security for the remainder of the year and the coming years as well. To help us do that, we put together a panel of extremely impressive experts. We call them the diviners of the digital age. And I'd like to begin by allowing each of them to briefly introduce themselves. So let's begin with Fred.
Hi, I'm Fred Kagan. I'm the director of the Critical Threats Project, which is an open source intelligence team at the American Enterprise Institute. And CTP is paired with the Institute for the Study of War, led by Kim Kagan, who you heard from yesterday, my wife. And I oversee the combined combined CTP-ISW research team with particular focus on the Russia-Ukraine war and the Middle East.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Kelly. I am the founder and publisher and CEO of the Cipher Brief. The Cipher Brief, I'm a recovering intelligence correspondent for a network, a global network, and decided about 10 years ago to leave and to launch a media organization that was focused solely on national security and solely on really digging in on expertise. It's something that matters very much with everything that we do, so we publish analysis, opinion pieces, and a few snarky things here and there. It's kind of fun.
I'm Matt Pottinger. I'm a former journalist, former U.S. Marine, and served as Deputy National Security Advisor in President Trump's first term. I'm now CEO of Garno Global, which is a geopolitical research and advisory firm with special expertise on China.
Peter Zion, I deal with geopolitics and demographics. I'm usually the person on the outside looking in, telling you how you're doing it wrong and how you might actually survive what's coming.
Well, thanks to all of you. It's fantastic to have everybody here. Now, as we've been discussing over the last 2 days, we are living in the age of asymmetry, and that is having many different impacts on many different aspects of our national security. That said, we're going to dive a little deeper on several subjects, and yes, I'm going to put you all on the spot and ask you to make some predictions about what you think we're going to see in the coming year. So let's set the stage with a little bit of a global perspective. Right now, the world is very interested in the Middle East and how things are going to continue to evolve between the United States, Israel, and Iran. We still have conflict in Ukraine. Our closest peer, China, continues to improve its traditional military capabilities, both in quantity and quality, at a very alarming rate, while rapidly integrating AI-driven technologies. But large questions exist about the actual state of their economy, their military leadership, and their many demographic challenges. Economically, despite some recent volatility in global energy markets, The American economy continues to demonstrate underlying resilience, balancing growth, moderate inflation, and a strong labor market. There also seems to be some realignment when it comes to alliances and partnerships. Traditional alliances persist, but are being supplemented by new coalitions, such as increased Indo-Pacific cooperation, deeper European defense coordination, evolving security dynamics in the Middle East, including more flexible issue-based partnerships, and growing collaboration among nations concerned about cyber threats, AI, and of course, as we discussed yesterday, supply chains. For the moment, these tend to be the knowns. But as history has shown, we rarely, if ever, correctly predict where the next national security crisis or event will unfold. So this is where all of you come in. Our discussion this afternoon is going to focus on asking each of you to peer into the ambiguous and, yes, murky and ever-evolving landscape of national security, navigating its uncertainties to forecast the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead, with a focus on the role that asymmetric capabilities may or may not play in those affairs. So with that as our backdrop, let's jump right into our first questions. And the first question I have really involves the character of conflict. So for decades, America has largely thought of national security primarily through the lens of conventional military power. So ships and aircraft, missiles, troops. But today, adversaries can impose real costs through cyber operations, sabotage, commercially available drones, proxy forces, disinformation campaigns, attacks on supply chains, or operations against critical digital infrastructure, all without the significant investment in traditional military capabilities. And of course, recent events in the Middle East and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine have only reinforced this reality. So the question is, over the next 12 months, which asymmetric capability is likely to generate the most significant strategic level effect, and where are we, the United States, most vulnerable to that happening? And I'll begin with you, Fred, since you're sitting right next to me.
Thank you. Look, I think it's straightforward to say cognitive effects are most definitely the most likely asymmetric thing that's going to generate a strategic effect without triggering military consequence. It's already going on. It's been going on for a long time. Now, I don't want to assume that some other asymmetric activity will occur that has a major strategic effect that doesn't trigger conventional military responses. But cognitive effects are designed to do that. Cognitive effects are designed to achieve major strategic outcomes without triggering major conflict. And they've been really pretty successful at that. In other audiences, I'm not going to do this here, but in other audiences, I would ask people to raise their hands if you think that there's something distinct about Crimea as compared to the rest of Ukraine from the standpoint of whether Russia or Ukraine has a right to it. If you think that there is a difference, then you have fallen prey to a 2 decades-long Russian cognitive effort to persuade you of something that's not true. More concretely right now, we're watching, and the fantastic team at ISW is tracking, Russian cognitive efforts to persuade President Trump and others that the Russian military is imminently about to take the rest of Donetsk Oblast, and therefore that Ukraine might as well give it up, and there's no point in fighting for it. That's also not true, but that's a major cognitive effort. And we see similar efforts that the Chinese undertake all the time to great effect, and similar efforts that the Russians are pursuing in other lines, and our other adversaries do too. So I think it's a certainty that we're going to continue to see these major cognitive efforts. And I think there's a high likelihood that one or more of them will actually achieve some significant strategic effect, likely in a way that doesn't trigger conventional conflict.
Great. I'm going to come back to that topic a little bit later, but so that was fantastic. Suzanne, what are your thoughts?
I very much agree, actually, with Fred. I would say I think we're already in a war that most people don't even realize. It's the war they didn't see coming, but the one that's already here. And that is the war for your mind, the war to control perception. I think when you look at, over the past several decades, who has controlled the levers of information, for a long time it was very easy. There were 3 networks in the United States of America. All of them had shareholders, and they were private companies, and they wanted to be, in good with the network. They wanted to make money. I think when you look at the controllers of information today, it is far more varied. There are far differing agendas. There are different business models. And I think that the people who, I call this the era of the death of journalism, because I don't know that 10 years from now, people will be able to tell you the difference between journalism and information. And I think the way that information is being used by adversaries is something that really does terrify me. I try not to use alarmist words, but it does. Because most of us sitting in here probably have children or grandchildren, younger brothers or sisters who are all over TikTok, for example, who get their information from there, yet know almost nothing, if you ask them, as to who's controlling the levers behind that information, where it's coming from. And I feel like America is at a huge disadvantage in terms of, well, we have 1,000 people in this room over the last 2 days, and incredible expertise, and we're talking about these issues that are going to impact the future for us, for our children. I don't know that beyond this room, most of America is aware of what's happening when it comes to the gray zone issues, particularly with disinformation and influence operations, and that worries me.
Thank you. So I want to continue with that broader theme a little bit. Recent events have reminded us that there are many underlying and foundational factors that determine a country's true national security posture, like demographics, geography, access to rare earth minerals, energy, and food, as well as their ability to produce, scale, and sustain critical capabilities. It seems that many of these areas represent significant and growing vulnerabilities that can be exploited in very asymmetric ways for the majority of developed nations. So the question is, which nation is best positioned to deal with these circumstances? Which is the most fragile? And what should the United States be doing in the coming year to mitigate any vulnerabilities that we do have? And so I'm going to go, Peter, I'm going to ask you to come out of your shell. Don't be shy. And tell me what you think.
Sure. So we're now getting into a position where the data on demographics is good enough that we really can make some short and long-term forecasts. In the United States, we've got the most stable setup. If we keep aging at our current rate, we're not going to be facing what the Europeans are facing right now for at least 30 years. That's not perfect, but we've got time. In contrast, the internal debate in the People's Republic of China is how many 100 million people have they misplaced? They know it's at least 100 million. They're openly discussing whether it's 300 million. And in the last month, I've seen the number 500 million floated as a possibility, with all of the missing millions under age 45. So we're looking at a civilizational extinction event in the not too distant future for China. So regardless of whether you think China is doomed like me or the rising colossus that can't be resisted, bottom line, we have to restructure what we do here to function without them. And the later we start that process, the worse off we are. I would say if we're going to just pick one thing to go for, base materials. China imports almost all of them, but they're processed there for the rest of the world. Processing is not hard. It's century-old technology. It's not even expensive or time-consuming to set up, but cheap and quick is not the same as free and now.
Great. Matt?
Yeah, well, I think the U.S. is best positioned in a lot of ways, but the beginning of that story isn't a good one. That is that the U.S. is going to be the target for a lot of the disruption and willful disruption by state actors, non-state actors, AI empowered to do the cognitive warfare that we're seeing only grow, cyber warfare, which is now emerging as a sort of qualitative shift with the arrival of Mythos from Anthropic, and networks are just far more vulnerable than we thought. You've got biological disruption, both positive and very negative. So a lot of that's going to take place on our shores, but I think that we're going to adapt to it faster, and other systems, especially autocratic systems, are going to prove to be more brittle and non-adaptable.
So I said I wanted to follow up with the cognitive space that both of y'all answered before, so I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into that. Another defining feature in the age of asymmetry is the ability to shape perception faster than governments can establish what is factual. Yeah. Deepfakes, synthetic media, AI-enabled impersonation, algorithmic amplification, narrative laundering are making it easier for adversaries to manufacture confusion, erode trust, paralyze decision-making, and in many cases, lead to not trying to persuade, but really trying to disorient the audience. Are we now in an era in which the first and potentially most important national security challenge revolves around control of the information environment? And if so, what must we do differently to succeed in a world of AI-generated synthetic reality operating at machine speed? Suzanne, you can build on your last answer a little bit there.
Look, I don't know what they teach you in the military and what you have to know to become a 4-star general. I'll talk to General Nakasone about that later. But I do know that probably one of the easiest ways to win a war is to not to have to go to war, to have your enemy destroy itself. And to see how easy it is now for adversaries to be able to be anywhere in the world and to understand how to influence. I mean, we talked a lot on this stage about the research that China has been investing in and the great work that Vanguard did here in uncovering how much they want to know about us. They're studying, they're taking notes, they're developing strategy. They are releasing strategy and testing how influential they can be in terms of how we think about things. I'm sure there's a system of measurements to that, right? It's very thoughtful. And you think about how we address these things, and we don't have a government that has a system for organizing how we go after this threat, and it is a threat. And it does impact everyone. Anyone in this room who sat around the Thanksgiving dinner table and had conversation and can't believe what your relatives think or believe, I mean, has been touched in one way or another, I'm sure, by something that's been altered by or backed by disinformation. So I'm concerned that we don't have enough organization in government. The Pentagon doesn't really do this. The State Department has tried in the past to do this without a lot of success. We see some efforts in the White House now, which I think is fantastic. We have a new director of cognitive advantage under the second Trump administration, which I think is great. And when I sat down and had a conversation with him, you know, you start to realize the cognitive advantage is sort of against America's enemies, right? We want to also persuade people overseas. What are we doing to take the lessons and the expertise that we know about that and bring it back into this country as a defense, right? How are we sort of organizing? How are we working with private sector companies to create an effective defense against this? And I don't see that happening. That concerns me.
Matt, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, you know, I was actually thinking back to something that Peter was just mentioning, but when you said hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of misplaced, meaning that people who don't
exist.
They don't exist, right? The Chinese economy is a bit of a similar case, isn't it?
Very much so.
I spoke to a senior executive at a big investment bank recently who told me that the Chinese economy, economists will tell her privately that they think China's growing at between plus 1% and negative 1%. But publicly, the bank will accept the Chinese official figure of 5%.
5.0, because that was the goal.
That was the goal. So the cognitive piece, there have been incentives for a lot of business to go along with the fiction because they're worried about losing market access and so forth. But we're at a moment right now where Beijing is decoupling so quickly from the West that there's less and less incentive to keep pushing that fiction. It's going to have to rest on the sophistry of cognitive warfare and not on some other incentive.
So since you and Peter both brought up China, I'm going to stick with it for a second and dive a little bit deeper in from another angle. China is increasingly pursuing asymmetric approaches to the current environment, leveraging cyber operations and economic coercion, or flat out just lying about the economic situation. Gray zone maritime activity, influence campaigns, doing all these things to shape the environment. At the same time, there are growing questions about some of China's underlying fundamentals. So you touched on this, Peter. Its demographic challenges, economic headwinds, and recent disruptions within its senior military leadership. Those factors raise an important question about sustainability, whether these asymmetric actions are part of a confident long-term strategy for the Chinese, or is it a way to offset emerging internal weaknesses? So in an area of continuous below threshold of conflict and competition, it can be difficult to distinguish between momentum and masking, between a nation gaining advantage and one trying to manage underlying fragility. So the question is, over the next few years, are China's asymmetric actions creating a real and durable strategic advantage, or are these underlying pressures beginning to catch up with them? And so, Matt, why don't you pick up where you left off, and then I'm going to go to Peter.
Why don't you start, and I'll...
Sure. China imports 80% of its petroleum. It imports 80% of the stuff that allows it to grow its own food. It imports about 40% of its food. I'm sorry, if anything happens to globalization, and holy shit, things are happening to globalization, they're dead. The question is how they die. And I will never, ever tell the US military to not prepare for a fight, but maybe we should put just a little bit of thought into what happens the next day. We failed to do that with the Soviets. We're still cleaning that up. In the shorter term, a simple question. How long did it take the United States to generate a meaningful officer corps? Because the Chinese haven't started. So yes, they might have an order of battle that looks impressive, but their entire leadership has been gutted in the last 15 years. The CMC now has two people, Chairman Xi, who never leaves his office, and an inquisitor. That's it. We need to start thinking about this differently.
So what I would add is that Beijing, just news from this week, okay? It's not big news, but it's actually pretty significant. Beijing is moving to now restrict any American investment into their tech sector without permission from basically Xi Jinping, on a case-by-case basis. They are really freaked out by the lead that American frontier AI companies have achieved, and we see that in, and this hasn't even been reported yet, but the head of the Chinese spy agency, premier spy agency, just wrote an essay saying that it is now one of our top goals is to break the American blockade, as he puts it, on high-end chips and other technology from flowing to China. They're beginning to really panic. And they've also announced new regulations that any company, any American company that follows US law, that obeys US export restrictions, will be punished under Chinese law. So they're now forcing the foreign business community that you can either follow US law or Chinese law, you can't have it both ways. I still have faith that a lot of companies are going to say, all right, we're going to stick with the American side of that equation, because at least they have rule of law.
Right.
So I'm more concerned about the possibility that China does something very disruptive, even though I agree with what Peter just said about the Chinese officer corps. And I mean, my gosh, Xi Jinping has just purged 83% of the generals in the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. That's almost Joseph Stalin Great Terror level purge. So, but that doesn't mean that they won't take risk, potentially, catastrophic risk, and that's what we need to deter, to use your word.
So when you see something like that happen, like this purging, does that make things more dangerous or less dangerous as it relates to the United States?
It's in the immediate term, like the next 12 months, less dangerous, but after that, it starts to get more dangerous, because why did he do it, right? I mean, is one of the goals here just to have complete, blind, unfailing loyalty to whatever order Xi Jinping is going to give, and now he's not getting any advice flowing up. He's in rarefied air at the top of Mount Everest, and you can get brain damage if you're up there too long.
Yeah, think of it this way. We in this country have some concerns, I think, about the status of the cabinet surrounding Donald Trump, about how objective it is, about how intelligent it is, about how competent it is. Xi hasn't had a functional cabinet member for 12 years. It's just him and the voices in his head. That's got to mess with you at some point.
All right, I'm going to switch to talk a little bit about cyber, something I'm a little more comfortable with. We're no longer in a world where conflict always begins with a single, clearly definable event. In the cyber domain, adversaries are operating against us every day, probing accessing, shaping the environment, and taking actions that impose costs. Those costs, when aggregated over time, have significant strategic impacts on our nation. At the same time, nation states are pre-positioning themselves inside our most critical national functions: finance, health, emergency services, communications, energy. So they are prepared to act at a time of their choosing. These actions do not cross the threshold into traditional war, but they pose direct threats to national security, obviously. So given that we are already in what many consider to be a continuous state of conflict in the cyber domain, what is the single most important step the United States should take in the next year to better defend itself against these types of persistent threats? Fred, what do you think?
I think I'm going to annoy you, Tuna.
That's all right.
Because in the first place, I'm not a cyber expert, so there's a limit to how much I have to say about that. But I also am going to be a skunk at the picnic here a little bit, because I want to attack the gray zone. I think the real issue here is thresholds. And our notion of thresholds at this point is heavily conditioned by our concept of gray zone, concept which we've attributed to China, but which is actually our concept. And I would note that we don't have a treaty with China specifying what the gray zone is and what the thresholds are, which is important because we keep redefining for ourselves what the thresholds actually are. I think we need to do that a little bit more thoughtfully. I will get to cyber. One of the things we need to do is we need to avoid conflating gray zone with asymmetric action, because there's lots of asymmetric action that goes on, not in the gray zone, very clearly. But we also have to avoid seeing all adversaries through the lens of China. There's no gray zone for Iran and Russia, and there never was for Iran. Iran has seen itself as at war with us since the foundation of this regime. And the Russians explicitly see themselves in conflict with us. They don't see a gray zone. This is really our concept. And it's a problem when our adversaries see themselves as being at war with us and we don't.
Hear, hear.
And Kim made that observation yesterday and I seconded. And we are the ones who are creating space for below the threshold activities that are actually parts of adversary operations that they see as part of a war continuum. And I think this is really messing us up as we think about how to handle this stuff. And this doesn't mean that we should invade every country or attack every actor that uses cyber activity against us and so on. But it does mean that we have to dispense with the war-peace dichotomy and accept that we're on a spectrum of war with several adversaries. And in that context, we have to respond appropriately to cyber or any other sort of gray zone activities. And I think one key to this is that we need to abandon our focus on escalation management. That tends to discount adversary escalation and focus on our own actions as being escalatory, and thereby creating a strong bias for inaction in the policy community. And all of this is a call to say that I think we need to take a really hard look at what thresholds we have set for ourselves in terms of how we are prepared to respond to various cyber activities that our adversaries may levy against us. And I think we're going to find that our thresholds are frankly too high. And we're going to need to get clear with ourselves about that, and then we're going to need to be super clear with our adversaries about that.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. 2 cents, real quick.
Sure.
The 1985 Telecommunications Act, that's the thing that says you can say whatever you want on your platform. Anyone can use your platform to say anything, and no one is legally liable. You amend that in 2 things. Number one, we've discussed a lot today about how the private sector is and is not involved in what they can and cannot do. If you want to talk about something that prevents the private sector from even wanting to touch things, it's the Telecommunications Act, because it clearly says the government has sole authority. You change that, all of a sudden they're in the game. Second, lawyers. Oh my God. You change the Telecommunications Act, all of a sudden they're a weapon against all of these things. And I would love to see the American law community go head to head with Chinese fraudsters.
Suzanne.
I think there have been so many great recurring themes over the last 2 days that we've heard on stage here, and I think it was Lieutenant General Reynolds who said this morning that if we're not in a wartime footing, we're wrong. I think most of the people who have spoken on the panels over the last 2 days and the speakers that we've had have said that we are. I very much wonder if all of us were to go home today and call up a relative or a friend and say, do you think we're at war? They're going to say no. because they don't see it and they don't know what it looks like. So that's why I sound like I'm on a soapbox now, but I think we have to look for some non-traditional ways of reaching people to educate them if we expect them to do anything differently, and we expect them to know that they themselves are a target. And we haven't done that. So one of the things that we're doing at the Cypher Brief is creating a new vertical. For those of you who are older like me and remember the movie Top Gun, the movie Top Gun was one of the most influential movies in terms of recruitment for the U.S. military.
Never heard of it.
Right? Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you. We'll come to you as the expert on that after. I think that, so we're looking at verticals that look at ways that bring a community back together. And one of the things that you learn in Journalism School 101 is focus on characters, focus on people. Create characters that people can relate to, and they will pay attention to your story. And so finding ways to tell the stories of what's happening to people, to show them how they're being victims. They don't want to read the headlines. They don't want to have to do the math in their head to say, I don't know how this is affecting me every day. I don't understand what gray zone means. Show them through a story or a character or something that shows the humanity of what people go through in life every day, but also show how they're being victimed and why they might not see it, I think is really important, and probably one of the most effective tools that we have as Americans that we're just underutilizing.
I'm going to shift and talk a little bit about alliances and partnerships. So for decades, U.S. alliances have been a cornerstone of global stability, built for a world where conflict was episodic and more clearly defined. But in today's environment, the shadow of war, conflict and competition is continuous, often below the threshold of the use of force. And much of the battle space now sits in the private sector, including critical infrastructure, cloud platforms, AI systems, supply chains. At the same time, we're seeing a shift toward greater burden sharing, with the United States pressing allies to take on more responsibility, whether it's in Ukraine or NATO at large or what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Taken together, both of the structure of alliances and the distribution of responsibility appear to be evolving at the same time. So my question to you is, given all of that, do we need a fundamentally different model of alliances, one that better integrates public-private capabilities and experts, greater burden sharing between nations? And does that shift and strengthen our position, or does it risk exposing seams that adversaries can exploit? Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, the good news is that those things are happening. You know, the greater public-private integration, rising strength of the defense industrial bases of U.S. allies and revitalization of our own. And of course, this creates friction. It's not an easy process, but I'm actually reasonably optimistic that NATO is going to hang together. Japan has just reaffirmed its alliance with the United States with the visit of Prime Minister Takaichi, who has just pushed through historic legislation in recent days to strengthen Japan's defense so that it doesn't feel like it's one-sided, the defense treaty. The evidence that alliances are really valuable is in how much energy our enemies put into trying to dissolve them. It is an immense effort: cognitive warfare, influence activities, coercion, gunboat diplomacy, Russian drones flying into NATO airspace to try to test the bottom line. Russia and Beijing would love nothing more than to see fractures turn into fissures and chasms between the United States and its allies. So that should be the thing we always keep in mind, even as we rough up Spain for being a laggard. Right. We can rough up Spain a little bit for that, but don't throw away the foundation of this alliance. It keeps us safe.
Fred.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Matt said. I don't think that we have a structural problem with the alliances per se. I think we have a fundamental problem of a different variety, but that I think is can be resolved with goodwill and good recognition of self-interest on all sides. Look, the thing that tends to keep an alliance strong and together is a common threat perception and an orientation on defending against a common threat. That's why NATO was successful in the Cold War. That's why our Asian alliances were successful in the Cold War. By the way, not without enormous strain, vitriolic argument, all kinds of debate about burden sharing, and all kinds of moments of people really saying, oh my God, I don't know NATO's going to survive this. We tend to forget all of that history, but that was all there. But it was a common threat perception that kept it together. When the Soviet Union collapsed, NATO was cast adrift intellectually. There wasn't a common threat. And it sort of tried to reform itself as an alliance of common values. And that became something that has been a focus for a long time. And listen, I believe in common values. I think that that's very strong. But as a motivating factor for sacrifice and commitment to an organization, a perception of common values is a lot weaker than a common threat perception. So I think right now the problem is that the alliance is still having a lot of tension, especially NATO, having a lot of tension, coming to a common perception of the Russian threat. And of course, our own administration is having some issues with that. But there are a lot of European states, obviously, that have a lot of issue with that also. And so I think over the long, whereas in China, our Pacific alliances generally are doing pretty well because the Chinese are helping us out and making it very clear that there is a common threat that we need to be defending against in a collective fashion. I think, I don't want to say hope because I think it's going to be a bad thing that's going to drive this, but I think that as the Russian threat to Europe and the United States becomes clearer, we'll probably find a return to a stronger NATO alliance in the face of that threat perception. But I think that the issue of the perception of threat is going to be central here.
Peter, I can tell you want to say something.
Yeah. Love the alliances, love all of them for all of the reasons you guys just identified. I just don't think there's any chance that any of them are going to survive the decade. Think about what's happened in the last 6 months. All of NATO is doubling, tripling, sometimes even quadrupling their defense spending at a time when we have a second generation of the revolution in military affairs, so the technologies we're going to be using in 2 years are very different from what we used 2 years ago. They're doing their entire build out in that window. You change the mechanics of warfare, the reach, the precision, the very type of weapons that make it work, things that we don't even have a doctrine for. And to think we're all going to see this world the same way in this new environment, no.
Doesn't that just mean, sorry,
Go ahead.
doesn't that just mean a shifting of alliances?
God, I
Peter?
hope
Aren't you
so.
drawing
Right.
a picture where, but you still can't have alliances go away. No one's going to survive that, right?
We will survive it differently. My concern is that when you give someone a tool they didn't have before, and you don't understand that tool, you're going to be seeing the world differently. And if we tell a country like Germany, okay, that's great, you're quintupling procurement for weapon systems that don't exist and that we don't understand, and you're in the center of Europe facing down the Russians, they're just going to see things differently. And we'd really have to go out of our way, and I wish we would, to try to maintain those sort of relationships. But I dare say that's not where our political system is angling us right now. I look, for example, at the relationship with the Brits right now, which is the worst it's been since the Civil War. And these are our closest allies. So you talk about a country that has been deliberately kept in a box for the last 70 years, like Germany, and then all of a sudden they're talking about having the strongest army in the world, and all of a sudden they're working with the Ukrainians on mass drone production that we don't even have. It's generating a different structure of the system. And whether or not the cultural links are enough, I've got concerns.
I don't know, there are a lot of people who are working on this problem pretty hard. And
I'm cheering for them.
I don't think we need to be as dispositive as they're all going to be dead in 10 years. I'm not
Oh,
prepared
that's just the Chinese.
I'm not prepared to sign. Okay, well, I can't argue on that basis.
Okay, I'm going to shift again and talk a little bit about this period of rapid change that we've been going through. So periods of rapid change like we're currently experiencing usually expose bad assumptions. In this environment, many of our inherited assumptions, from escalation control to homeland sanctuary, to the distinction between civilian and military targets, to the amount of warning we will receive before a crisis unfolds, may no longer hold true. The speed, affordability, scalability, deniability of asymmetric capabilities like we've been discussing during the summit over the last 2 days make strategic surprise much more likely. So the question is, what is the one core national security assumption that is most likely to be proven wrong in the next 12 months? And what should we be doing now to address it? And since you kind of started going down that path a little bit, Peter, I'm going to ask you to comment.
Sure, that jamming stops drones.
Say it again.
That jamming stops drones.
Okay.
The new generation of drones that we're seeing in Iran and especially in the Ukrainian space right now have decision trees. And once they identify a target, which the newer models can do from 5 kilometers out, which is beyond most reasonable jamming, there's nothing you can do except for shoot it down. And a really expensive version of these is less than $10,000.
Fred?
I'm not going to make a call on whether this happens in the next 12 months. I'm just going to tell you one of the things that keeps me up at night, because it can happen at almost any time. If you really want to distress yourself at some point, draw a 2,500 kilometer range circle around the island of Cuba. Because anywhere within that range circle, a long-range Shahed drone can hit. And this is a very alarming thought. You raised the issue of sanctuary of the homeland, and we've gotten very, very comfortable that our oceans protect us. And we say, not super worried about Chinese aircraft carriers coming over here, people have intercontinental ballistic missiles, okay, we've got deterrence theory for that. But the issue of very, very long-range UAVs, also USVs, also UUVs, all of which can be launched from maritime platforms as well as from islands, and the inexpensive nature of these high-precision systems, I think can pose a very, very serious threat to the U.S. homeland because we are so unprepared to handle them. We're really not set up to do this. But also I can talk about long-range drones, I can also talk about tactical drones, and I can ask you to think about Operation Spiderweb. You could talk what the Ukrainians did to the Russians, putting small FPV drones in trucks. The truckers didn't even know what they were carrying. There's this crazy video of a Russian trucker who starts losing his mind as his truck opens up and a whole bunch of drones start taking off and go to hit Russian strategic bombers. And this guy's trying to get up there and smash the drones. He didn't even know what he was carrying. Can that happen here? Absolutely. Are we ready to defend against that? Absolutely not. I'm almost surprised that hasn't happened yet. There's no easy fix for this either. This is not something we could say, oh, okay, well, now we'll have a big crash program and we'll take care of this. And one of the ways I know that is because I'm watching the Ukrainian long-range strikes against Russian petrochemical industry along with the ISW Russia team. And I'm watching how hard the Russians are finding it to defend their oil infrastructure because they have a problem that's similar to ours. It's a huge country. There's a lot of infrastructure all over the place. And when you have an adversary that can identify critical nodes in that infrastructure to strike with small payload, precision, inexpensive, attritable weapons, defending against that is a very serious problem.
Also, could I just jump in really
Sure.
quickly, just with one thought? I think instead of what assumptions are we making right now that may be challenged, I think I'm very concerned about the fact that we're not realizing that we're already in a state of confusion over who our adversary is, and I feel like we need a lot more clarity around that. I think it was the Washington Post that just reported this morning that President Trump is intending to invite Vladimir Putin to join the G20 summit in Miami in December. That concerns me, right? I don't think that when you talk to the people who have dedicated their lives to civil service, to working in the intelligence community and the military, they know that what Russia is doing against the American people. That's not being communicated. So you have a population that sees a president who says, come to the G20 summit, we're going to treat you like a friend, right? And I think it's sowing so much confusion that is undermining the fundamentals of national security. I worry about that.
Okay, we unfortunately only have time for the final question. It's the crystal ball question that we ask now 2 years in a row on this panel.
I think Peter actually has a crystal ball. Do you have one?
Two. Yeah.
Two.
We're going to ask you to use them both. So we've talked throughout this session about a world in which strategic effects can be generated cheaply, deniably, and often below the threshold of formal war. In that kind of environment, surprise is more likely to come from the margins, not from non-state actors, hybrid attacks converged cyber-physical operations, or sudden failures in the systems we take for granted. So I'm going to go right down the line here and ask each of you to comment on this to conclude the panel. But if you had to make one bold prediction, what event or trend is most likely to surprise the United States and its allies, or our adversaries, over the next year? And what should leaders be doing now to prepare for it? Fred.
I think that there are Russian moves against NATO that we could see happening in relatively short term that I think we are not collectively prepared for. I think we've talked with a lot of people, a lot of Europeans about this. There's a lot of very, very sophisticated thinking about this. There's also a lot of old think about this, that, Russian move against NATO is tank columns, driving, and they're not going to be able to do that for years. I don't think that's what we're looking at. We've observed, and I don't want to make too much of this, but we've observed that someone has set up handles for the People's Republic of Narva on Telegram, and also recently, I think, for the People's Republic of Klaipėda, Lithuania. And I think you can imagine a scenario in which little green men, if you will, declare the establishment of the People's Republic of Narva and call on Russian forces to defend them. And then you have the Russians announce they've got drone operators stationed in Russia who are prepared to provide, defensive cover for the People's Republic of Narva, and so on. And I'll tell you that right there, you have NATO in an incredible mess. Yeah. And we're not prepared to deal with that. Now, that doesn't necessarily go bad for us. There are reasons why the Russians might not do that, because if they look all the way down that path, that they need answers to questions that they may not have answers to. But I think that we need to open our imagination space to the kinds of things the Russians might do, especially the more they think that the United States might not actually come to NATO's defense in certain kinds of these scenarios. And I think we need to start thinking through exactly how we would respond to a lot of these scenarios. Happily, it's a project being undertaken at the Institute for the Study of War by New Defense of Europe Initiative.
Yeah. Suzanne?
I agree with Fred. I think one other thing to think about, when 9/11 happened, I remember I asked a lot of questions because naturally journalists and curious and don't consider myself very smart, so I asked questions to fix that. But I was talking a lot with the folks who were running the intelligence unit at NYPD in the decade after 9/11. And there were so many attempted terrorist attacks in this city that were averted. And they weren't always averted because of the great work of the NYPD intelligence community. It was because of the stupidity and the lack of organization of the person trying to launch the attacks. Fast forward to where we are today. My big fear back then was what happens when they're not so dumb anymore, right? What happens when they have the things at their fingertips that can help them organize and communicate and execute on whatever it is their goal is. So whether it's criminal organizations or whether it's terrorists, when you think about this new age of AI, and you think about all of the things that they also have at their disposal, I don't think we're nearly focused enough on that either.
Okay. Matt, do you have any good news, or are you going to bring us down?
Yeah, well, okay, let me give you one or two good news ones. I think that even if it's not within a year, by the time Trump finishes his term, I think Venezuela will have democratic elections and a transition, and that Cuba and Nicaragua are going to be conceding things in negotiations that could create a realistic pathway to the Western Hemisphere being fully democratic in our, within this decade. Another, I think that Ukraine is still going to be standing. It's still going to be independent. It is going to be sovereign and proud. And let's face it, they're keeping the whole rest of the free world safe right now. They are the tip of the spear, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. I think NATO is going to hang together, even if it's got a lot of Band-Aids and bruises. And mainly because, and I don't disagree with you, Peter, that people are going to have a lot of wild ideas about how the future may play out for them, but I have even greater faith that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are going to remind us and our allies why we are allies in the first place. I think that you can almost bank on that. A couple bad ones. Ransomware attack. enabled by AI. I think we're going to see the worst ransomware attack imaginable, maybe within the next year. And rather than taking out a hospital, it might take out an entire network of hospitals. So anyway, 2 good and 1 bad.
Okay. Peter?
Let me combine a couple of yours, and then I've got my own. If Putin comes to the G20, that is when they would move on NATO. Putin loves to be next to the US president when he pulls something like that. He invaded Georgia when he was standing next to George W. Bush at the Sochi Olympics. And that forces Trump to choose between his friend and an alliance he doesn't like in public right then and there. That's how you break NATO. Mine is something that's already happened. It's not much of a forecast. Persian Gulf is down. It's not coming back. And even if everything stopped tomorrow, we're not going to get back. We're not going to get the 13 million barrels a day that we've lost within 2 years. It just doesn't work that way. So we've got roughly 50 days left of global government oil reserves to cover the current shortage. And then the entire East Asian rim more or less shuts down. That will happen this summer. That also changes a few things.
Do you want to tell us what those things are?
Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and China import 80 to 90% of their energy. That is the manufacturing base of the world. That is 50% of global manufacturing supply chain steps. And we already know that this is going to happen this summer. There's no way to turn this stuff back on. That's even if there's not another phase to the war. It took Iraq 20 years to get their energy back online, and their fields weren't actually damaged. It's just the only part of that might come back on this year is some of the fields that the Emiratis and the Saudis closed down are designed for rapid reaction. Rapid reaction is 6 months. The rest of this is already gone.
All right, well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists. Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Lieutenant General Charles Tuna Moore and the panel, which did what the best forecasting does. It reframed how we think about the threats in front of us. Tuna opened with a crucial observation. The United States has historically thought about conflict in conventional military terms, while adversaries have become increasingly innovative at wreaking havoc with limited resources. One of the most dangerous asymmetries, as this panel suggested, may not be purely military after all. Both Fred Kagan and Suzanne Kelly pointed to cognitive warfare as the most serious asymmetric threat of our time from their perspective. They described it as a deliberate shaping of what people believe, often without their own awareness. The example given by one of the panelists was pointed. If you believe that Russia's annexation of Crimea and its subsequent invasion of Ukraine have distinct justifications, you've likely been shaped by a Russian information campaign or disinformation campaign, according to our panelists. That is gray zone conflict at its most effective. Yet, how do we educate about this form of gray zone conflict? As Suzanne Kelly highlighted, she calls for effective education of the American citizenry to understand this and what is at stake because of it. Which brings us to a theme that has run through this entire summit and which reappeared on this panel: trust. Trust in leadership, trust in institutions, trust in a shared understanding of facts and the rule of law. As one panelist observed, one of the most effective ways to win a war is not to fight one at all, but to cause a nation to undermine itself from within. The erosion of trust is not a byproduct of a gray zone conflict. It is the objective. On China, the panel offered a sobering demographic and strategic assessment. A nation importing 80% of its oil and 40% of its food, with a depleted officer corps, restricted foreign investment, and a leadership structure increasingly consolidated around a single decision maker. As several panelists suggested, China is not an ascending giant without vulnerabilities. It may be a nation with structural fragilities that will shape the next decade of great power competition. Forecasting and national security has never been a precise science, and this panel reminded us why. We've rarely predicted with accuracy where the next crisis will unfold, who will trigger it, or what form it will take. And yet the exercise of forecasting is not about certainty, it is about preparation, about developing doctrines. It is about building the analytical muscles, the institutional resilience, and the depth of talent that allows us to respond with clarity when the unexpected arrives, as it always does. What this summit has made clear is that the threats of the next decade will not announce themselves. They will arrive through information environments, demographic shifts, supply chain dependencies, autonomous systems, and the quiet erosion of the trust that holds democratic societies together. Meeting those threats requires exactly what we have been building here: cross-domain thinking, sustained investment in talent, resistance to partisanship and a commitment to a shared national good, and the willingness to have hard conversations and make smart decisions across sectors. The work that happens in rooms like this one is not separate from national security. It is national security. And no better person to begin wrapping up that thought. I'd like to welcome General Nakasone back to the stage as we move into the penultimate session of the summit. After 2 days of sobering discussions spanning supply chains, cognitive warfare, cyber operations, air power, and strategic forecasting, this is a moment to step back and ask what the commanding view looks like and what the obligations of this community are moving forward. General Nakasone is exceptionally well positioned to discuss this next. He led both U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency for 6 years, witnessing firsthand how technologies like AI have transformed intelligence and operations. Now, from both academic and private sector vantage points, he continues to engage these challenges. His commitment to Vanderbilt's Institute of National Security helps sustain this kind of cross-sector dialogue we've seen over the last 2 days of the summit. I suspect that his remarks will not just serve as a conclusion, but will serve as a call to action. Please join me in welcoming General Nakasone.
Well done. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am the good news after that last panel. Let me begin with something I just want to share with you, an observation. So as I sat there and was wondering the progress of our summit, I would always turn to look at Lindsay Wilson from Ink Factory to see where they were on the illustration of what's happened during really a day plus of what's going on. This is a tremendous graphical presentation of what's occurred really over the past 2 days. I encourage you all, before you go home today, take a look. And Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us again this year. Well done. I also want to thank today a series of 5 National Security Fellows, our inaugural class of fellows that we named last summit, that I asked to be part of our journey in our institute. Now, these are accomplished national security leaders from Canada and the United States, from both military and civilian and private sector. But I thought what would be most appropriate is if we just showed a clip of not only them, but also what they've done over the past year. So can we roll the video, please?
Service to the nation, a good deal of it is doing something greater than yourself. I really believe in the mission of the Institute. I believe in the people that are involved in this effort. It's great to be part of the Vanderbilt community with a focused mission, surrounded by people that are like-minded and dedicated to winning.
Being a fellow at the Institute of National Security has been an amazing experience. I've gotten to work with these great professors at Vanderbilt, getting early access to their research, and I've also gotten to meet amazing Vanderbilt students.
It's been an incredible privilege to be a fellow. I've gotten to experience deep conversations about national security, and the best part is getting to spend time with the students. One of the things I noticed immediately is how curious they are about the world and all different parts of how the national security apparatus works. I believe that the future will be won by cross-functional teams of people that are moving in the same direction together.
There's no substitute for domain expertise. So I think when you take some of the best and brightest students at Vanderbilt University and you expose them to leaders in national security, there's an amazing opportunity to get exposed to problems that matter. And the leaders, myself included, get exposed to students who are more AI native than any other cohort, and that cross-pollination of latent skill and potential married to problems that matter is really where I think a lot of magic happens.
It's so encouraging to see these students getting access to real-world leaders. It's been great to visit with the students and hear their curiosities about the national security landscape. And so it's really important that they have these opportunities to work with technical leaders and understand exactly how that's going to factor into their decision-making in the future.
These are some of the best and brightest minds in the country, and it's really invigorating, midway through my career to be around. There's no better field than national security to keep this great country safe.
So with departure of our inaugural class of fellows, I'm really, really happy to introduce the fellows for 2026, 2027. Please roll the video. Welcome, fellows. So yesterday we began a discussion, and our chancellor talked about really Nashville being the third leg of the stool. Remember, we began in the new year in Davos, Switzerland, with a discussion on geopolitics and the economics of what's going on in the world. We moved from Davos to Munich to have very distinct discussions on security and military matters. And now we move to Nashville. This is yesterday, day one, 1,100 people here in our auditorium to talk not only national security, military security, but with this idea of Tennessee hospitality. And so thank you for joining on really the third leg of what has now become Davos to Munich to Nashville. Let's return to the idea of the shadow of war, the illusion of peace. Because this is the third event of the entire National Security Week. We began on Monday at Vanderbilt, Student Leadership Day. We had our students being able to talk with a number of different experts from national security about futures in what we do, about leadership in this changing age, and also about the opportunities for all of us as we think about service in the future. The second piece of this was our academic workshop day on Wednesday. We are an academic university that does very, very good research. We had a series of different workshops that looked at a variety of different issues to see how it impacted national security. And then, of course, yesterday and today, we came to the summit. We came to talk about the shadow of war, the illusion of peace, national security, and the age of asymmetry. And you may recall over the past couple days an incredible breadth of quotes, and I wanted to capture some of my quotable quotes from the past 2 days. I'll give you a second to look at the slide. Remember our chancellor talking about being bilingual? This idea of both being in the policy world and being technically an expert. And then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff taking time out of his incredibly busy schedule to come to Nashville to talk about multi-different domain operations and what was so important in terms of being able to do that at speed and at relevance. Yesterday I had a fascinating conversation with former Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. Someone who I think has really captured both the importance of why technology matters in national security and how do we move from an idea to implementation to really an outcome with her work with the CHIPS Act. And then I would share with you today my good friend, General Kurilla. Obviously, General Kurilla can really fill a space. He can also offer some ideas that I think we probably should think, much differently about. He talked about his experiences and a series of different inflection points. He talked about the importance of what's going to go on in the next 2 weeks. He also talked about the future. And then, of course, as we take a look at the final thoughts here, we've had an ability to hear speakers over the past couple days in a different form of dialogue I would share with you. One that is apolitical, one that was really kind of generated by this idea that at the end of the day, what we need to do is to ensure the national security of our nation and our allies. So let me capture a few of my thoughts as I reflected over the past couple days. Let me begin with this idea first. What do we look like right now? I'm a believer of what Fred Kagan just said in the last panel, is that the ideas of a bipolar world where we're either at peace or at war, those days are done. We are in a series of competition, crisis, or conflict. And I think at different parts and at different places in the world, we can be in multiple different areas. We can be in competition sometimes, crisis in another, and even conflict in other parts of the world as we see ourselves today. The second thing I would tell you is that for many years, particularly when I came into the military, the idea of two large oceans and very friendly neighbors to our north and our south was really how we thought about our ability to have time and distance to ensure our national security. Those days are done. And I think the last panel really talked about that very, very clearly, that there is a tremendous challenge that we face today in the sense of borderless threats. And then in terms of we talk about the idea of vulnerable threats, as we think over the past 2 days, how many times we've heard about our critical infrastructure and the fragility of our critical infrastructure and what we needed to do to prioritize our critical infrastructure. Vulnerable threats. So let's talk a little bit about where we're moving towards. A common theme, democratizing asymmetry. The idea of a nation state having all the tools and all the power to be able to really have national security, those days are done. I think we've seen that with artificial intelligence. The idea that really the private sector, for the most part, is driving this incredible disruptive technology of the future. The other thing is, truly, we heard over the past couple days about speed. I would offer to you, when I became the director of the National Security Agency, the rough time for an intrusion to be discovered was about 9 hours and some odd minutes. And that's from spotting a vulnerability to being able to have an adversary get into your network, to be able to move left or right, to accelerate privileges. Really, it took about 9 hours for an adversary to do it. Last year, the common theme was at less than a minute. This is speed. This is what we're seeing with regards to what our adversaries are able to do today. And then I would say the last thing is, as our panel just discussed, trust. We don't think a lot about trust, but I would tell you that trust is essential for anything that we are going to do. Trust between, obviously, our allies, trust with our partners, trust between the public and private sector, trust within academia, trust within our nation. A tremendous component that I think we don't probably think enough of. And I would tell you, so what does it require? How do we be successful? How do we ensure our national security, the future? I think these things truly matter. How do we not only be an innovative nation, but how do we integrate the technologies that are going to ensure the security of our nation in the future? How do we have a degree of resilience? Can't remember who said it, but resilience is this idea of being able to take a punch. Deterrence is being able to tell who was punching you. Well, let's make sure that we can take a punch. And that's one of the things that I think all of the panelists have talked about over a series of 2 days. And last part, one of the things I hope you take with you from our conversations over the summit is the fact that at the end of the day, really the magic sauce is leadership. Whether or not you heard it from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whether or not you heard it from Gina Raimondo, whether or not you heard it from Eric Kurilla, or whether or not you heard it from our panelists, at the end of the day, it all matters in terms of a vision, an ability to motivate, an ability to see the future, and ability to inspire action. It is truly leadership. I'm often asked, hey, what do we have to do to ensure our own security? I'm a big believer in this idea of competitive advantages. What are the things that we can do that are truly better than anyone else? I do believe the first one is one of the things that any of the panelists would begin their statement of, we are an innovative nation. We have incredible talent, but that's not always a given. And so we have to make sure that, as the Chancellor talked about, the role of academic universities is critical for our national security in the future. The role of being able to understand and ensure the right laws and policies are in place. And I would tell you that I'm also a huge believer in alliances and partnerships. And from the last panel, I would just offer, now, whatever those alliances and partnerships are going to show in the future, remember what General Kurilla talked to us about today. It's so much easier to have alliances and partnership before a crisis than when after a crisis starts. Overflight, basing, access, those are all things that are done with partnerships early on. I can share with you, intelligence and information and working together, those are partnerships that matter every single day. And they're not built in crisis, they're built well before a crisis. And the last thing I would just share with you is incredibly important that we continue to be a democracy that has transparency. The things that we do, the things that we're held accountable for, the values that we have, that all begins with this idea of being a transparent and being an accountable nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we think about that, I would offer you, those are our competitive advantages. Those are things that we have to work towards. So my final thoughts as we think about the conclusion of our 5th summit. First of all, I'm incredibly grateful for all the folks here in the Institute and the university that really put on what I think is a fantastic summit. So if you are part of the Institute or the university, would you please stand? So the second I word I'll use is inflection point. I'm really proud of where we're at in terms of where the summit is today, but obviously not satisfied. And this idea of what the future is, it begins here as we think about what we've been able to do over the past couple days. But next year as you come back, and next year as we have well over 2,000 people, I'm sure, we're looking forward to having you join us again. And the last thing I would just share with you is my final thought is thanks to all of you. Thanks for making an investment in our institute. Thanks for making an investment in your time. Thanks for being part of what has been, for us, a really, really valuable 2 days. Thanks a lot, and enjoy your trip home. So if I might just introduce the final speaker for our 5th
Summit, Mr. Brett Goldstein. Brett. You need a clicker?
Yep.
Good job.
So I always find it exceptionally hard to talk after Paul. Like, Paul is this great speaker, an extrovert, and then you put me up. So bear with me as we get into the home stretch. But thank you, everyone. I find it great when it's a Friday afternoon in Nashville and folks are still here. That makes me feel like we kind of nailed it. And furthermore, you know, I got to tell you, as you know, I've seen many of you for multiple years now. I'm feeling pretty good at this point. Thinking yesterday, General Kane, like that was just a great moment for Vanderbilt, a great moment for Nashville. And you know, yesterday morning was a little stressful. I'll admit I got up at 4 a.m., rolled over, checked my phone, and I'm like, okay, no world emergency, no last minute message. Everything's gonna be all right. And it was great, but thank you. I'm gonna take a few minutes to just close us out. And you know, things that I think about as we are at year 5 here is I've watched this evolve. And this has become a place of real conversation. Like this year, we talked about gray zone. Like this wasn't about products. It wasn't about, you know, whatever else. It was ripping the headlines from some of our hardest issues and having real conversations in this room. And as I look around the room, I see people from commercial academia, I see mill policy, and I'm watching these connections, and it's super real. And those conversations are substantive, and then I've watched them grow year over year. New partnerships, new research, just all sorts of great. And as I've watched the conversations go, we touched on supply chain, cyber, cognitive warfare, and then today, drones, and then yesterday, sort of a rip from the headlines conversation about Iran, where I watched this intersection of econ, and then mill, and then IC. And these are the conversations we want to be having at Vanderbilt, and we want to have at our summit. So it's awesome. So people know the game I want to play now. So we are year 5. So I've done this every year. Okay, for who here, it's your first summit? Hands up. Got it, okay. 2, who have 2, 3, okay, we're holding 4, and then 5. Okay, keep your hands up. Okay, so look at the people who have been here for 5 years, because that lets us go down memory lane. So the first summit was like Daniel and I and our 10 friends, and you just saw them. So it is amazing how far we've come. And it's shown the growth, and we're now in this beautiful, what do people think of the pinnacle? Is this, okay. All right, so that was a big distressor as well, thank you. So really amazing how it's grown. And as we start to think about Summit 6, because they'll come up in about 15 minutes, like we appreciate your help thinking through the new topics. Who else should join? What other communities we should engage? And at the same time, as Paul mentioned, there's other work we do during National Security Week. This year we had 5 academic workshops, and they were hard-hitting, real science and research. And we're bringing that to bear at Vanderbilt while also gain the broader community. So as we wrap up this one, it's already time to be thinking about 6, and myself and the team really appreciate hearing from everyone on where we go. Because as we pick topics, as we pick content and presentations, we want to nail it. And I appreciate, and I'll get to thank yous in a bit, there's a lot of hand-wringing. Like we think about every single panel, every panelist, we talk to everyone. Like Tuna and I have spent hours arguing about like, is this right? Is it off? Is it not perfect? Because we want, when you come to this, for that intense dialogue. But we appreciate hearing from everyone. So things that I like to do are, so one, each year we put together who joined us. And we have some frequent flyers, but we also have lots of new folks. And we appreciate sort of the diversity of views, diversity of regions, sectors, expertise. This year was really impressed on our drone panel. We're able to have the Estonians and the Ukrainians join us. And, you know, I was watching I hide in the back throughout this. And I was watching the feed from the Ukraine. And I'm like, wow, in the middle of combat operations, we've become interesting enough that they're able to join, engage, and offer perspectives. So thank you to everyone who participated. So thanks, thank you. Okay, and these things don't work without partners, and we very much appreciate our government partners, commercial entities, folks in the press, the whole piece. Lot of work, lot of time that's gone into this. Okay, this is the part that's important. I'd ask you to hold applause. I know you'll be tempted. I have a lot of thank yous. And what I've learned over the past 5 years is it takes a lot to put this together. And so from the Vanderbilt community, like it is, like everyone is all in. It's anything from catering to IT to facilities to how do we pick, like if I were picking the right colors here, it would just, the tables, all these issues. We have a comms team in the back. We have our comms team here. It is an all of campus effort. And the fun part is at Vanderbilt, you just call it Summit. And it's become that over the past few years. Yep, we're focused on Summit, and that is our summit, and all of the community works on this. So all these folks, we very, very much appreciate your partnership and your support. There's a few folks I want to call out. So first off, the Asness family. So grateful for the support of the summit. After years of proving the concept and getting folks involved, the Asness' support is invaluable, and we're honored that, that you made this choice. It means a lot, and it's critical both to us at Vanderbilt, but also the national security community. Very meaningful. 2, the chancellor and the provost. So this was an early project that was very much supported by both of them, and their support has absolutely been invaluable, and I don't know if Dawn Turton is still here, but the chief of staff who is able to make all the things happen, just amazing. Other folks, obviously, who are critical to making this happen, Paul Nakasone, Doug Adams, Institute leadership, thank you. You know, the Sunday phone calls, all of the different issues, or, I'm fortunate Doug wakes up at 4:30 in the morning, which makes it very convenient, whatever time zone I'm in. Great support. Dean Krish, I don't know if he's still here, the Dean of Engineering. Couple people to talk about, Nilu and Tiffany. So Nilu's been working on this for years, and just an absolutely amazing moderator, just with the context and just so smooth. I watch her and I'm like, I could never do that. But she's crushed it for multiple years. And Tiffany, wherever you're hiding, I was just in the back with my wife and I'm like, wow, that was just such a great day and so smart, so insightful. So thank you for joining us this year. One I want to call out in the middle of this is the VUPD. So when you call up and you say, hey, we have a different type of guest this year, and I know the former director of the NSA is a big deal, but there's this other dude called the chairman, and he brings a lot of cars. And my God, the chief and the VUPD, they just worked it. Like, we sat down with them and they worked all the angles and they got federal partners, everyone involved. And it was an immense effort. And, you know, as Nashville sort of pivoted to accept the chairman, and that is very, very much appreciated. And as I noted, on our federal partners, like we have a great relationship with the local FBI. Everyone stepped in, so thank you to them. Other notes. So, colleagues and teammates from multiple prior lives. In the months coming up to Summit, I start getting phone calls. Do you need cyber overwatch? I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. Do you need help moving chairs? Do you need help with speakers? I know a random dude who can help, or there's a dudette in New Zealand who might be good. All these folks come together and just make things happen. And one that's particularly fun is some of you might remember my Ghibli fun from last year, where I was able to create Paul Nakasone Ghiblis based on Sam Altman's tweet. But my old teammate Alex Romero has made a whole new set of these, which, if anyone's curious, I would find them before you leave, and I'm afraid to put them on the screen. But Roro is here. But so many people in both in the national security community and past colleagues are invested in this summit. So much, really appreciate that. Within the Institute, want to call out a few people, and then we'll close this out. So Will, who works at the Wicked Problems Lab and deals with my antics every single day, much appreciated for the summit surge. And then for those of you who haven't met Trish yet, who I'm looking at, and you can raise your hand, Trish. So she's our new Director of Innovation. So if you haven't met her at the Institute, you definitely should. But others who have surged along the way, Haley, McKenna, Ian, Carlos, Don, Clavon, Elias, Kathleen, Megan. The whole team came together, and you've watched all these little things happening, and it's just been a great, great outcome, coupled with our amazing students who are part of the Institute and just impress all of us every day. Lastly, actually not really, a couple more. The production crew from Tangible Vision, like, they have just been great this year. Like, it's been smooth, it's been great, so thanks to the team. I'd like to call out my research colleague, Brett Benson, for, as you saw us on the panel, as we continue to find new ways to, I guess, find interesting things that are occurring out there. And our friends in the press, very impressed this year. Great, great turnout there. Appreciate the interest in the topics and the round tables. And then three more. One, Claudia, our Director of Operations at the Institute, who has dealt, right there. So Claudia has dealt with everything in making this happen, and she and I have now done this for multiple years. So thank you for the partnership on this. It has been critical to make this happen. And then my wife, Sarah, who is hiding all the way in the back, who has dealt with 5 summits and all of the, why aren't you sleeping? It's Summit. And it's great, so thank you, Sarah. And then my last call out, and who really, really deserves a round of applause, is Brayton. So Summit Coordinator this year, Brayton Johns, he has done so much to make this happen. And for all my, we can call it intensity, he has been calm and smooth, and he got it done, and he held all the pieces together. So please join me in thanking everyone. Okay, so the good news is we have dates for next year. So we are looking at April 15th and 16th. And so we are excited about Summit 6. Those are the dates. Hold them on your calendar. I'd say I'd give you a full agenda later today, but that will probably not come till Monday. And we're really, really excited to have the opportunity to welcome you back to Nashville and discuss some of these issues that are critical to our time. So thank you again. We hope you enjoy your time in Nashville. Have a good day.